Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Tuesday afternoon. And I'm going to say it's Tuesday afternoon everywhere because it's only 4:30 here. Please let me know in the SandBox if you can hear me and see me okay. I've had quite the last day. So I need to make sure that you can hear me. That is very important that you can hear me okay. That it doesn't sound too weird or anything. So I need some thumbs up before I continue from my appointed producers in the SandBox. I got a yes from John Litham. Well, so far in the SandBox, we do have John Litham, Diamond Weight Loss, Matthew Kreitz, Rusty, and Jet. Welcome, welcome. Okay, Matthew is also saying sound and video is good. Good, because you might be noticing I'm wearing a lavalier, a lapel mic here. See it right there? Because the table that I was using, I found it on the curb, and I just thought it was slightly damaged. It's one of those plastic fold tables that's like 6 feet long or whatever. That people use like on picnics and stuff, or displays for vending markets and all that sort of stuff. Well, it was probably a little bit more damaged than I thought. And I moved it slightly and it collapsed with all of my computer stuff on it. And my Yeti mic was damaged. How damaged? I don't know. I have a friend who's going to try to help me fix it because they're not cheap. But I do have this as kind of like a backup. But ideally, I want to get back to using a proper mic. Oh. Jet's saying, yeah, I've been seeing that Britain has been gaslighting the population by pushing false studies that claim everyone wants the social media ban. Yeah, there's that. There's also, yeah, there's a lot going on in the UK that we'll be covering today. There's a lot in general, so that's why I'm starting a little bit earlier than I would normally start, because I didn't do my live stream on Sunday because I was still recovering from my little mini vacation, one-night camping trip. So yeah, but lots of news was happening. And like I said, I'll be covering a lot of UK news in this one because there is the law banning or prescribing Palestine Action as a terrorist group was upheld by a higher court, which is just ridiculous because there were the pogrom riots going on where racist people were going door to door, burning out immigrants. Those are not terrorists, apparently. They're just protesters. Meanwhile, seniors, people with disabilities, vicars who sit peacefully with a placard, as they say on that side of the pond, with the phrase, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action. They are being arrested and charged with terrorism. Seems to be a bit of an imbalance there. So I'm covering that. Also some stuff to do with the riots. And yeah, so there's a lot of UK stuff to cover today. A teeny tiny provincial stuff, a little bit of federal stuff, focusing on Mark Carney's love for AI. Not to mention, I think my cat just fell out of the windowsill. Also, that whole under 16 ban for social media. Yeah, it's probably coming to Canada. Yay! So I'll be covering that. And there was a whole bunch of cop stories I wanted to cover because, wow, cops gone wild. Oh, so people liking the Majority Report t-shirt or long tee and my little dinosaur. I think it's a T-Rex. It could be an Albertosaurus, but I think it's a T-Rex. Rusty, I know there's YouTube videos on how to repair Yetis. It's just a matter of how good they are. If the damage on mine is very similar to that, something to do with the port where the USB cord goes in. So my friend and I were first going to try a different cord to see, knock on plastic, if it's just the cord that was damaged in it or if it's the whole port that was damaged. Because if it's the port that's damaged, that's not terribly fixable unless you like take apart the whole mic and know what you're doing. So yeah, kind of sucks. Life as a podcaster. So any help financially, greatly appreciated. I now have this table replaced with another table I found on the curb that's the same type of table, and I'm very wary of it this time. It's not damaged in the same way as the other one was, but ideally I'd like to get it replaced with a real table because part of the problem I have with this is it shakes too much when I just like lean on the table, which is not good when I'm streaming. You know, if you add in camera shake to make it seem neater and stuff like that, like if it's planned, that's one thing. But when it's just happening all the time and it's not planned, completely different thing. Diamond weight loss, not the cord. I don't think it's the cord. I think it's the port. So yeah, I'll see if there's any way to repair it, but it is what it is. So I know I'm streaming at a little bit of an unusual time for me, so not surprised. I'm not seeing like crowds of people in. Not to mention, I think the surfs are still streaming. The Habituation Room is streaming. Lots of competition tonight for airtime live watching. Anyway, so hopefully people in their chats will be like, hey, you know where we can go after this? We can go to the SandBox because LeftoftheBox is streaming. Although Soul Life was mentioning that they were doing that in the Habituation chat before, and they didn't like it so much. And they got banned from saying, or their comments about my show was getting deleted. And it could just be a policy with that channel to not promote other channels in their chat. But yeah, so please let me know how everyone is doing. Because I'm in a chit-chatty mood, obviously. Obviously. And you see, it's going right into this problem where if I decide that I need to like go up and get another drink or a little nibbly or something while I'm doing this, I'm totally going to forget that this cord goes down my shirt and stuff like that. Stand up and rip everything off. Yep. I can totally see that happening. And do as John Litham says, like and share the stream so people know that we're live right now. Because there's a lot to go over. So we'll start with some international news. I'm going to start with like the Canadian international news, and then we'll get into the crap ton of the UK stuff. Because, you know, our politicians here in Canada still like to pretend that they're the good ones, that they're the goodies, if that makes any sense, because, you know, there's that whole meme of, are we the baddies? Well, the Canadian politicians still like to think that they're the goodies when it comes to, Gaza and Israel and the West Bank and all that sort of stuff. They like to think that. Where does this end? All right, it ends with that. Okay, so we'll get to that by doing this. Boom. So this is from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East Twitter account. They're saying, we welcome Canada's announcement of new sanctions targeting extremist Israeli settlers and organizations in the occupied West Bank, which was coordinated with European partners. For the last 8 months, CJPME, alongside our partners, have been advocating for Canada to expand its sanctions regime against Israel, including Libby Construction Infrastructure Limited. While we are glad Canada is taking some concrete steps, Canada can and must do more to stop the settlement expansion. Canada must capitalize on the global momentum and impose stronger sanctions on the settlements as a whole, as well as entities that financially encourage and support violations of Palestine territorial integrity. And they were quote tweeting Anita Anand, who says, Canada continues to oppose the expansion of settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Today, together with Australia, France, Norway, and the UK, we announced coordinated sanctions targeting those supporting extremist settler violence against Palestinian civilians. So you're sanctioning Netanyahu, are you? Because they're definitely part of that settler violence in the West Bank. So, as we impose this 5th round of sanctions, we remain committed to comprehensive, just, and lasting peace where Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security. So, this is the 5th round of sanctions. So you're just repeating something that doesn't work. Because if it worked, would it get to 5 rounds of it? Or would it have been done at like maybe 2 or 3? You're just continuing on with something that has been proven to not help the situation at all. Yeah, that's some great work there. Something to be proud of. To continue doing, it's like, well, we are punishing them as hard as we can over and over in the same way that does nothing. Yeah, that's great work. Great work, Anita. Thinking outside the box there, huh? And this is the statement that was attached with that. Canada imposes 5th rounds of sanctions on facilitators of extremist settler violence against civilians in the West Bank. So you're talking about the IDF because they're responsible for a lot of the violence there, huh? No. So again, this is not something to be bragging about. It's like, oh, look at all the hard work we're doing. This is now like 5 times we're issuing some sanctions. Again, if it's something that actually made a difference, you wouldn't have to go to round 5. 2, 3, that would have done it. It would have done it. And all violence in the West Bank would be over. Not to mention there's other things we could be doing, like just punishing Israel by, divesting, sanctioning, boycotting, all that sort of stuff. How about no longer selling weapons to Israel? Because can you be sure that all the weapons Canada sells to Israel is just going towards the genocide? Which is just a horrible sentence to begin with, that Canada is still selling weapons to a country that is actively committing a genocide. But is it not possible that some of those weapons are also being used in the West Bank by some of those Israeli settlers? Yeah, there's a lot more we could be doing to end this. So we'll just skip the first sentence here. This round of sanctions lists 2 individuals and 5 entities for their role in directly or indirectly facilitating, supporting, or providing funding or contributing to the use and attempted use of violence by extremist settlers against Palestinian civilians or their property. Wow. 2 individuals and 5 entities. Solved. You solved the problem of violence in the West Bank by sanctioning 2 more people and some companies. I'm sure they were responsible for the bulk of what we're seeing there. Here's another thing Canada could be doing. Just spitballing here. How about not allow sale of stolen Palestinian land in Canada? That's something that could be done, because there's been protests outside synagogues, because some synagogues like to do this, because that way when people protest the sale of stolen land, they can claim that, oh no, they're targeting the synagogue because they're being anti-Semitic, when no, they're just targeting the sale of stolen land. You can maybe ban that. That's a start. How about no longer allowing Israeli soldiers, IDF soldiers, into Canada? How about going after Canadian citizens who choose to go over there and participate with this violence? There's a lot more that we could be doing as a country to push back against this violence that's happening. So the imposition of sanctions is a key tool for the international community, support peace and security, and to enforce international norms and laws. Canada has established a rigorous due diligence process to consider and evaluate the use of sanctions. Extremist settler violence is further destabilizing the West Bank, driving the forced displacement of Palestinian communities and undermining the viability of a two-state solution, as well as the broader regional peace and security. Yeah, a two-state solution is not viable. It's just not at this point. No, not going to happen. It hasn't worked for the past, over 70 years. It's not, no. So with today's sanctions, Canada joins all these other nations in responding to the recent escalation of violence by extremist settlers and their affiliated affiliates against Palestinian civilians and the property in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, which is contributing to further insecurity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Really? It's making Israeli settlers that go there feel a little insecure, is it? But again, here's the thing. If the previous 4 sets of sanctions that Canada did anything, would we need to respond to the recent escalation of violence by extremist settlers? And you could say who those extremist settlers are. I'll highlight it for you. You misplaced where you put this word. Extremist Israeli settlers and their affiliates. Because that's what's causing the violence there. The Palestinians just trying to live their lives in their homes. They're not the ones causing it. Canada continues to oppose the expansion of settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem and is committed to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East where Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security. And how about you, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, gets on the horn with your counterpart in Israel and be like, can you stop the genocide? Just saying. Just saying. Moving on. So here's a statement about this from Anita Anand.
And finally, let me say that we have to continue to stand together with the international community in terms of the extremism from settlers in the West Bank. Canada has initiated a 5th round of sanctions against extremist settlers. We will continue to ensure that
we will continue to keep on issuing sanctions that we know don't work.
International law is upheld. We will continue to stand with the egregious moves into what is already identified to be Palestinian territory. And finally,
So that is our response. Meanwhile, Amnesty is sounding the alarm. So we're just doing another round of sanctions, but Amnesty accuses Israel's government of ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from the West Bank. Oh, but don't worry, we sanctioned them. Problem solved, huh? Amnesty International accused Israel on Wednesday of carrying out a campaign of ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from the occupied West Bank with the intention to annex the Palestinian territory. So Canada is sanctioning 2 individuals and 5 entities when Amnesty International is saying Israel is doing this. It's it's the government that's doing this, not just a handful of people here and there. The accusation came in a new 149-page report alleging that the forced displacement of the West Bank Palestinians resulted from a concerted state policy, not just the actions of violent settlers. See, there you have it. State policy. Not the 2 individuals that were sanctioned and the 5 entities. While much of the displacement is driven by settlers who build outposts on Palestinian land, the report asserts that the process could not occur without the support of the government. The international community overwhelmingly considers the settlements illegal. Israel, meanwhile, views the West Bank as a disputed territory and says its final status is subject to negotiations. UN data says over 100 West Bank villages have been fully or partially emptied out between January 2023 and April 2026. At the same time, the United Nations has tracked more than 7,280 instances of individual Palestinian displacement because of demolition of homes and structures by Israeli forces, a figure that includes people who were displaced more than once. Israel has in the past denounced such accusations, including allegations of ethnic cleansing, a term referring to forced expulsion of population by violence. As reflecting a long-time unfair bias, it did not immediately respond to the report. Amnesty says settler violence is sanctioned by the state. These abuses are not a result of a few bad apples. Settler violence is a core component of state-sanctioned campaign of ethnic cleansing, says Angie's Calamard, the head of Amnesty. What we are witnessing is a deliberate state-led annexation in complete violation of international law unfolding before the eyes of the entire world. Israeli leaders have condemned particularly grave violence by Jewish settlers, but tend to denounce them as exceptions. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition government is dominated by settler leaders and supporters, and key cabinet ministers are pushing for a formal annexation of the territory. The government is under heavy criticism from Palestinian right groups for accelerating settlement expansion, which they say is aimed at preventing establishment of a future Palestinian state there. Over 700,000 Israelis now live in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, areas captured by Israel in the 1967 Mid-East War and claimed by Palestinians as part of a future state. Amnesty says it has identified dozens of bills in Israel's parliament and the Knesset to extend Israeli civil law and jurisdiction over the settlement blocks, as well as over courts that try Palestinians. Recently, Parliament approved a measure making the death penalty the default punishment for West Bank Palestinians convicted of killing Israelis. So if there's some Palestinians that are being forced off their land and they kill one of those violent settlers in self-defense, the default punishment for them would be the death penalty. Last year, U.S. President Donald Trump said he would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank, but I don't give a fuck what Donald Trump says because it changes every 5 minutes. So villages in remote areas are the most vulnerable, rights group says. Amnesty says the large-scale displacement of Palestinian That word, communities in the territory, is caused by settler violence, advancement of new settlements, and Israeli takeover of large swaths of unregistered land. Rights groups have raised the alarm about this form of displacement before 2023, but say it dramatically intensified after Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel that year that triggered the war. Rights groups say this area hurting communities in remote areas of the West Bank are most vulnerable to displacement. Unlike Palestinians in the cities and towns across the West Bank, and the villagers are less able to withstand the pressure from often armed settlers as they establish new outposts around Palestinian villages. I've seen videos and stuff. Owen Jones did a video where he traveled out there as well. And some of these Palestinians that live in the West Bank are basically trapped in their own homes. They can't leave. They're constantly being harassed by settlers in all sorts of ways. Towns and stuff that they live in, some of the streets have been blocked off. Businesses have been boarded up. They're trying to make it unlivable there for them. And well before this, long time before this, the settlers had a habit of pouring concrete down the wells. And there's also a law that was put in place saying that the Palestinians weren't allowed to collect rainwater to, help with their farms or just to drink and things of that sort. They are trying to make it unlivable for them to push them off. So the anti-settlement monitoring group Peace Now says that 212 of at least 363 existing outposts in the West Bank were created since 2023. The outposts are built without permission from Israeli authorities, who sometimes dismantle them but often turn a blind eye or even legalize them retroactively. Amnesty said its report looked into 27 hamlets and villages in the West Bank where Palestinians were displaced between 2023 and 2025. Researchers interviewed dozens of Palestinians and lawyers, spoke with witnesses of settler violence, watched over 420 videos, and analyzed government statements and other reports. The group also said the international community has failed to act to stop the displacement. Don't worry, Canada's on it. More sanctions that do nothing. This person who runs the settlement watchdog group called This said that since October 2023, attack settlers have taken about 12.5% of the West Bank territory, land that Palestinians can no longer access or cross safely. Just going to quickly check to make sure that, okay, nobody is yelling at me in the sandbox saying that something is grievously wrong. So here, now, more of Canada doing nothing. Anita Anand says, Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia are launching a new international peace fund for Israelis and Palestinians. Canada is contributing $1.8 million over 3 years to support initiatives that foster dialogue, build trust, and strengthen civil society engagement. By investing in those working to bridge divides, we are helping lay the foundation for a lasting peace where Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security. But the serfs pointing out that Canada spent 7 times more arming the nation doing a genocide. And I went over this report, I think it came out in May, and I went over it then. But I'll click on it for people who are interested in reading it again or looking at it. I'm tossing it into the sandbox for you. There you go. But yeah, so they're putting less into, fixing the problem that they're creating. It's kind of like, we're going to help these people burn down your home, but we'll give you some money afterwards so you can plant a nice little garden. We will keep on paying for the first aid kits you're forced to use to, mend the wounds caused by the harm inflicted by the other things we're helping out with. Yeah, it's like the high school bully just being like, after I beat you all these times, I'm going to give you some band-aids, just so I look good later on and it doesn't look so bad to the world because you can cover up some of your wounds with those band-aids. Yeah, Mm-hmm. But Rabbi David Mizrahi says, you're kidding, right? Because he's also quote tweeting Anita Anand, who says, in London, I met with my counterparts from the UK to discuss our shared efforts in advance peace and security in the Middle East. Together, we announced a new international peace fund for Israelis and Palestinians to support the conditions for a just and lasting peace. We also disclosed strengthening cooperation and blah, blah, blah. And so Rabbi David was saying, start with a real two-way ban on military sales, suspend the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, revoke charitable status of organizations violating Canadian law by funding Israeli settlements, investigate and prosecute Israeli war criminals in Canada, support South Africa's case against Israel in the ICJ. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start doing something good, something that might actually make a difference. But here's Anita talking about some of the money that they're sending to help out.
As well as food and water in response directly to the need for more humanitarian.
So here's the other thing too. We wouldn't have to be sending them this money if we actually, did something to make Israel stop doing what they're doing. Then this wouldn't be so needed. Like, it's going to be needed no matter what at this point, just given the level of destruction that has happened. But we wouldn't have to be spending so much if we prevented this from happening in the first place. And Canada, I don't live in a world where I have this illusion Canada could have prevented Israel from doing this genocide all on our own. But we could have started. We could have made a stand. We could have pressured other nations. And if the other nations got on board because we led by example, we wouldn't have to be spending $100 million here to support the Palestinian people. Just saying.
Aid. Canada is announcing today $100 million in funding to support the people of Palestine, bringing Canada's total response to $500 million for the people of Palestine in terms of humanitarian aid. This funding is...
And how much of that do you get back by selling weapons to Israel?
Is going to support emergency medical assistance, protection and shelter,
emergency medical assistance in what hospital that was left standing in Gaza? Bombs dropped that Canada helped send there.
Sanitation as well as food and water. And we will continue to advocate for all countries where possible to provide such humanitarian aid in response to...
Humanitarian aid, you say? So what's causing that humanitarian crisis? This is a CBC article on it. Canada pledges $100 million for Palestinians facing settler violence, humanitarian crisis. Again, no mention of what's causing that humanitarian crisis and what settlers. You might want to name them. So she unveiled the funding in Paris. And then its office said the funding will go to United Nations agencies, Red Cross, and other to address what it calls worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Again, what's causing it to be worsening? And rising violence in the West Bank by extremist Israeli settlers. So at least they said extremist Israeli settlers down here. It'd be better if it was in the title, but they at least mentioned it. The new funding, which brings Canada's support for Palestinians to $500 million since late 2023, will go to addressing basic needs such as medical assistance, food and water, and peace and stabilization initiatives. So we're going to be spending money on peace and stabilization initiatives. So we're just going to try some things out, see if that works. So the nations that are in on this, pledged roughly $1.8 million over 3 years for a peace fund to empower Palestinians and Israelis who don't hold hardline views. So that $1.8 million that she was bragging about, let's see, where was it? Yeah, in this one here, the $1.8 million over 3 years. Only to people we deem acceptable to have it, though. If they're not like extremists, Palestinians, they can have it. The government continues to face criticism from Palestinian advocates who argue Canada does not do enough to call out Israel, and from Jewish advocacy groups which say Ottawa's criticism of Israel fuels anti-Semitism. Yeah, no. Criticizing a nation doing a genocide is not criticizing Jewish people who have nothing to do with that. And a lot of them who are even speaking out against it. But Samira here, she is an independent journalist in Canada, says Anita Anand and Kearney government join a long list of other governments who, instead of holding Israel to account, treat the systemic subjugation of Palestinians as a money and humanitarian issue. There's a lot more that could be done. So last live stream that I did Monday of last week, I was highlighting there was a march that happened in Toronto. It's an annual march. It's a fundraiser march. So it's not just, as some Zionists would like to paint it, a parade, a march of people who are just proud to be Jewish. No, it is an Israeli march aimed at fundraising to help the IDF and the Israeli government continue its genocide. 60,000 people showed up for it, which was kind of heartbreaking. And there was some footage of people saying really nasty things in that march and all of that sort of stuff. Well, recently, with FIFA happening, bringing out different crowds of people. So Katvia says, I'm so glad this beautiful march was massively bigger than recent Toronto Walk in solidarity with genocidal apartheid Israel. Now, I don't know if this was more than 60,000. I don't know if this is inaccurate, saying it's massively bigger. But I do know it's tens of thousands of people who showed up. And it's Bosnia fans in Toronto who were marching in support of the Palestinians. Here's some more footage of it. Thank you, Bosnia, for cleansing an awful darkness that filled Toronto's streets after 60,000 pro-genocide people gathered to raise funds for Israel's genocide last weekend. Free Palestine, Viva Palestina, humanity will prevail. And Alan had tweeted this out. More footage of the of Bosnians in support of Palestinians. And more, Lila, Bosnia, and that nation fan chanting for Palestine in the streets of Toronto on their way to their first game in the 2026 World Cup. Fans will always save the tournament. And it is so good to see people pushing back on it even more. This was again from Alan, less than a week after Torontonians watched in horror as 60K hate-filled people gathered to raise funds. Again, the march that happened, that annual march, wasn't just a march of, pride. It was a fundraiser to help a nation committing genocide. So the people gathered to raise funds for genocidal Israel and celebrate 78 years of ethnic cleansing. Bosnia has brought the sound of love and humanity back to Toronto streets. And this wasn't the only protest that was going on. There was something else that happened in light of FIFA coming to Toronto. Here we have breaking, and Alex Kosh is tweeting this out. Toronto activists have covered the city's FIFA sign with a message of their own: kick Israel out of FIFA. Now, the Zionists will say that there's a double standard going on, that Israel's being treated very differently than other nations and so on and so forth. And it's true, there is a double standard going on. But it's going on in their favor because Russia was kicked out of FIFA for invading Ukraine. But Israel committing a genocide still gets to go in Eurovision, FIFA, the Olympics, without any pushback from the other nations. You have individuals within those nations pushing back, but there's no actual push to ban them from going into these international events where other nations who have done similar things have been. So there absolutely is a double standard going on. And it's good to see that there's at least people pushing back, even if the politicians won't. Okay, so I'm going to check the SandBox, and then we'll be getting into UK stuff. What UK stuff did I want to start with? That one? I think. Right, I wanted to start with the pogrom. And then go on to... Yeah, okay. I'll start with the race riots that were happening in the UK, and then following up with the judgments on Palestine action. But I'm gonna check the SandBox. And please, again, just start screaming at me if something weird happens with the audio and stuff. I am using a lapel mic as opposed to my Yeti mic, which was unfortunately damaged when the table that all of this stuff was on collapsed. Yeah. Jet saying, modern politicians. People are angry, quick, look like you're doing something, but don't do anything, so they shut up. Mm-hmm. Philip Blair, welcome to the SandBox, saying you're better than those other channels in my honest opinion because you cover PTSD news. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Thank you. Greg Stoker covers PTSD news too. That's why you and Greg Stoker are two of the best in my honest opinion. Why, thank you. I feel like it's a thank you. Philip Blair also saying synagogue where and while stolen land is being sold equal not genuine synagogue. While that is happening, it's a crime scene. It shouldn't be allowed. It should not be allowed. Like, that's something the Canadian government could do, is crack down on that and saying, no, you're not allowed to sell stolen land in this country. But Canada doesn't exactly have a leg to stand on with that one, because this country still regularly violates First Nations lands within the borders here. Let's see. Atticus Among Us, welcome to the SandBox. Didn't receive a notification that I went live. Well, I am going live at an abnormal time for me. I don't normally go live this early or on a Tuesday. But next Sunday, I should get back into my regular routine of Sunday evenings for my live streams. I had a busy weekend on my one day vacation camping. on somebody's private property, but it was nice. And I missed the rain. Fortunately, I was able to get packed up on Sunday before the rain came. So that was good. And I roasted some marshmallows, which I love doing. And I got these jumbo marshmallows that I roasted, still pulled it off. Yeah, I roasted those marshmallows good. And all the leftover marshmallows will be made into peanut butter Rice Krispie squares because that is delicious. Hello, Silas, who is lurking and saying the audio sounds great. Thank you. Atticus Among Us, how about Cenk getting honorable mention behind Hassanbot? I talked about that. I can't remember if I talked about that on my stream or in this space, but I did talk about it. No, he shouldn't have been banned from going to the UK. Also, my hot take, he's loving the attention because this time he's an actual victim. Something that he's dying to be all the time, to have the attention focused on him. Yeah, I said it. That this ban actually works in his favor. Makes him the victim because he actually is this time when it comes to being banned from going to the UK. And he was going on every show imaginable to say it. And Francesca had Emma Vigeland on, and they were talking a bit about it and pointing out, you know, how there's bans and stuff like that. And yet, who does Cenk not have on TYT anymore? What happened? Did Francesca say a few things that he got upset with and decided to ban her? Philip Blair, PTSD news stories, like recently you covered PTSD and CPTSD and First Nations Canadians who survived the residential schools. Ah, okay, yeah. Also, the government still taking children and sterilizing women in hospitals, and the extreme trauma of this continuing to happen as recently as 2022. Yeah, it doesn't get talked about enough. Atticus Among Us seems to like s'mores. I didn't do s'mores. I was tempted to try a banana boat. I haven't done one of those since I was a kid. And so what that is you get a banana, you wrap it in tinfoil, you slit it open, the skin of the banana too, you kind of spread it open, and you put in like marshmallows and chocolate chips, and then you roast it in the fire. I was just worried if I did that, it'd be like too rich and I would get so sick. And I didn't want to risk it, but I kind of wanted to do that and add in also like a little bit of peanut butter. I would imagine that tastes amazing. And when it comes down to it, I could just do that in my microwave, you know? Get a banana, peel it, put it in a container, put some chocolate chip and marshmallows in it, and some peanut butter, and just nuke it and see what happens. Atticus Among Us. It's because he's Muslim, yet he's an atheist. LOL. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now that my vending markets are kind of out of the way and I can kind of decompress from that, I will be getting back to my TYT essay. And the sooner I get it done, the better, because the longer it takes me to get it done, the longer it becomes, because they don't shut up. And they keep on saying things that are relevant to the essays. I'm just worried that it's going to fall flat. Because I've been doing these Hail Marys lately, you know, to try to, you know, help out, change my situation. And so, you know, I wrote the book, published a book, published in their secret book you guys don't know about, in hopes that maybe one of them would pick up fire and help out, and nope. Also, you know, the vending market, selling art, and like I advertise my portrait business there too. And as of yet, I haven't had a single person approach me about getting a portrait done. The vending markets, you know, Pride, I made a little bit of money, nowhere near what I was hoping. And what I was hoping wasn't even all that much. And then the other vending markets I went to, I either just made enough to cover the cost of being there or didn't even cover that. So selling my art in the vending markets have also been a bust. The next Hail Mary is the TYT essays. And I'm worried that I've been spending a year and a half on it now. It's going to be close to 2 years probably by the time I actually get them all said and done and posted. And I'm worried that they will also fall flat or something really bad will happen. Like, I'm going to have to put in a shit ton of disclaimers that, yes, everything I'm saying is my opinion, that sort of thing. And that, checking and making sure that everything I'm using is within fair use and that I'm not, like, one of the things I'm trying to be very, very aware of and doing is I'm not clipping them out of context. Everything I am saying, I'm commenting on is in context. People can go to the videos. I'll have a playlist available of the videos I've been clipping from. People can go to that. They can see for themselves. They can check it out. But everything I'm doing is within context. But I'm still worried that something will happen because especially with what Ethan Klein has been doing lately. Because in Canada, we don't have the same protections as Americans have, if you can even call it that these days, when it comes to libel suits and whatnot. So I am worried, but at the same time, I feel it's important to get that message out there because the amount of damage Cenk and Anna is doing to the, online leftist movement is immense, absolutely immense. Oh, looks like a whole bunch of people jumped into the SandBox. Soul Life, I have no volume and YouTube says it's unmuted. Oh, your earbud just disconnected weird. Okay. Well, welcome to the SandBox. Hello, BCat. And Looney Tunes, unofficial raid from the serfs. Well, it's nice to see everything. Philip Blair, TYT essays. Do you not know about the TYT essays? I talk about it all the time. I've shown sneak peeks. Yes, it was going to, at first I wanted to do a TYT essay and it was just going to be like, okay, I'll drop it on Saturday. And then it was like, okay, it's getting too long. It's going to be on a Saturday and Sunday. Okay, it's getting too long. Maybe it'll be like a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, long weekend because I just kind of wanted to get it done out there even before they had a time to kind of reply to it. Just kind of unload it. Here, it's out, Now it's turning into TYT short week. There's so much. Literally, you have to be crazy to be doing what I'm doing. And yeah, that checks. The amount of like OCD and ADHD and autism you need to pull this off, what I am doing, because it's just, really showing Cenk and Anna for who they are. And it's more about like just letting their audience know that a lot of what they're saying when it comes to the online left is false. You can call it lies, but I'll have a bazillion receipts on it. The attacks on the queer community, especially when they go on shows still and say, oh, they're trying to force us to say birthing person. The only time I ever hear that phrase anymore is when they're saying that we are trying to push it onto people, which is not true. Things that they have turned on, former colleagues and guest co-hosts and stuff like that they've turned on, friends that they've turned on. And meanwhile, they have gotten all nice, warm, and cozy with all these right-wingers and stuff. And it needs to be exposed, and these essays will definitely do that. Definitely, definitely. And it will be a walk down memory lane for a lot of people. It's kind of like, with the Trump administration, is that a lot of people will forget some of the horrible shit he's done because it's always something new, something new, something new. And it's hard to keep a record of it. But some of the things that since I started this a year and a half ago, I have controversies in there from then that people will be like, oh, I totally forgot about that. And so it's easy. It's like the frog in boiling water. You know, they can make this right wing turn and you don't necessarily see it until it's like beyond obvious because it's always a little bit here and a little bit and a little bit and a little bit and a little bit. But then when you condense it all into, you know, a few video essays and you see it laid out all in front of you at once, it's kind of hard to deny what's going on. And even when I started it, I wanted to say that they weren't grifters. And I had that in my script initially, that in my definition of what a grifter is, they do not qualify for it. But you see, I allow myself to be changed by evidence. You know, I am open to exposing myself to new information and evidence and change my mind based on things that are presented to me. And so when I've been doing this and I've been connecting dots, it's like, it's kind of hard to say that they're not. Oh. Atticus Among Us, YTY is kind of where I started my YouTube experience, met a bunch of groovy people, Soul included. Yeah. It's, for Blair, it's frustrating to be honest because I've always had a relatively good memory. Yeah. A lot of us are former fans. Like, I used to work for the network. That's part of the reason why I feel obligated to call them out. Also, their attack on the queer community in general, me being non-binary and stuff, the fact that the only conversation I ever had with Jank was to say, fuck no, we're not trying to force the word birthing people on to everyone. And that happened a year before Anna's turfy tweet. So then I was actually more angry at Jank than I was at Anna because Jank went to bat for Anna and was, you know, repeating all of Anna's talking points about how they're trying to force the word birthing person on us and all that sort of stuff. Whereas I know he knew better because that was the conversation we had. The only time I talked to him was about that. And he still, to this day, will go on to other shows and try to demonize the extremist radical leftists as trying to force the word birthing people on everyone and to erase the word woman, which is not the case at all. Oh well, that's enough of that. I don't want to talk too much about it right now because I have a lot of news to get to. But yeah, you know, TYT inspired me to get involved with politics, Jank specifically. So like Jank said, the left wants homeless people in New York City to walk into your house during family dinner, exercise squatter rights, call the cops, and get you arrested for trespassing your own home. Jank said the left wants violent criminals on the streets. Yeah, that's not true, but Jank will keep on saying this about the left. And part of the reason why it feels like there's such a divide in the left is what Jank and Anna are doing. Let's see. There will be a lot of evidence to this. A lot. So Life Jank was in a Vanguard chat and said homeless man's chat. Okay. There's no way to know if that was actually Jank in the chat. And sorry, I know some of you well enough, but if somebody came into the SandBox saying that they were Jank or Anna or anything, no. Just really. I'm not going to be, nothing that I'm putting in my essays is based on what's, okay, there's just a couple things that were in the chat, but that was people who are paying super chats to question why Jank wouldn't go on with Sam. That's the only thing from chats that I'm including in this. Attica's Among Us, mods quit. That will also be covered in my essay. There's, and I'll be including the initial letter that they had sent to Jank and Anna about it, but it had a lot to do with Jank and Anna's turn on becoming more transphobic and their rhetoric around crime and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, it wasn't just one thing that pushed them. Philip Blair, Jank should be clever enough by now to recognize the systemic cause of that, leaving people to extreme desperation wandering onto his lawn, especially since he's in California. Yeah, that's the thing. Jank and Anna, they know what they're doing. You can't be involved in politics as long as those two have, and not have a certain level of media literacy, like political media literacy. Gotta do that. There we go. There we go. Come on. Nope, there we go. Boom. Thank you so much, Real John Litham, for the $4.99 super chat with the Hype Hippo. Super appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Okay. But yeah, should probably get back to the news. There's a lot of it. Consequential news as opposed to, well, that's the thing. The drama I'm covering in my TYT essays, it's not drama for the sake of drama. Like, there's a reason why I'm doing it. There's a method behind my madness with it. A poignant point and stuff about leftist solidarity and so many other things. It's too bad they don't have like a hype house hippo, huh? Anyway, let's get back to the horrible news of the day. Close that. So I think it was last week I was covering, I did it in this space. So people can go back to my last appearance on this space, Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. And I was focusing on the riots that were happening in Northern Ireland, the race riots, the pogrom, because, they had just started and they weren't yet receiving a lot of attention here on this side of the pond. But to me, those are cautionary tales of if we don't pay attention to that and the source cause of them, they'll happen here. What we see happening in the UK, in the US, if Canadians just sit idly by, it's going to happen here. So I feel it's important to cover those things, plus, just how entwined all of our politics are. The Western settler colonialist politics, the capitalists, the Epstein class. Our politics are absolutely tied to what's happening in the UK and the US. And so when you see things like the social media ban in the UK and in Australia, and I said at the time, if it happens there, it's going to happen here. There's talk of it happening here now, which is not in this docket or the next docket, but we'll get to it. So yeah, the problem. But I was covering those race riots, and I just wanted to follow up on that. There's been a little bit more in regards to what a lot of people on the left are now referring to as pogrom in Ireland. Okay, just need to change this to this. There we go. And then I can close that window because my computer is mad at me because I have bazillion windows open. Thankfully, it's still working. Yeah, for those who don't know who are tuning in a little bit later, I'm using a lapel mic because this table, not this table, but the table that had all of my stuff on, my computers, my speakers, a lamp, my mic, collapsed. When I just moved it a little bit, it collapsed and everything kind of slid off. And my Yeti mic was damaged. My friend and I are going to try to repair it. But until we figure that out, I'm using a lapel mic, which is my backup mic, which I also have in case I have somebody over because it's a split. So I have a splitter for it. So I can hook up two to the same thing so that I can have a conversation with someone. Or if I were doing an off-site interview, I have the lapel mics. So that's why I'm using this right now as opposed to my actual mic. So any help in the SandBox via Super Chat, becoming a member, becoming a patron, greatly appreciated right about now. Yeah, just, and I'm going to look into getting an actual table because the table I had was one of those plastic folding tables you can take to outdoor events and stuff of that sort that I got free from the curb because it was damaged. I didn't realize how damaged it was. And so the one that I'm using now is one that I got free from the curb that is damaged. But my other friend, we think we got it fixed. But even if it is fixed, it needs to be changed out for a real table because if I just, move on it slightly, it causes the camera to shake, which is not good. Oh. Sorry, getting distracted by the SandBox. What is the deal with somebody with my level of untreated ADHD doing with a live stream? I have no business doing a live stream. Or maybe other people with ADHD appreciate me doing a live stream because they can follow my logic. Yeah. Sorry, distracted. Shiny things in the SandBox. Anyway, let's get back to the horrible news of the week. And there's a lot to cover because I'm a few days behind because, yeah, my last live stream was Monday of last week. I needed Sunday and Monday off to just kind of recover from my weekends and stuff. But next Sunday, I should be able to get back to my regular scheduled Sunday live streams. So, on with this, follow up with the pogroms that were happening in Ireland. So, Taj here saying families with kids forced to flee their homes in the middle of the night because they've been set on fire. Homes, businesses, vehicles destroyed. Ethnic minorities living in fear. This is what happens with politicians and pundits that fan the flames of bigotry. Yeah, Elon Musk had a lot to do with this. It's kind of like a lot of you probably aren't aware of the genocide that happened not too long ago in Burma. I don't know if it's called Burma now or Myanmar, or if it was Myanmar and now Burma. It's one way or the other. Rohingya Muslims were slaughtered, tens of thousands, by Buddhists in that area. Extremist Buddhists. They were displaced, they were forced out, they had to flee. Horrendous, just absolutely horrendous things were done to these people. The accounts and everything, just brutal. And that was fanned, a lot of that violence and stuff was fanned by people on Facebook. social media has a way of, sparking these flames, because even back in the day, when you look at the Rwanda genocide, um, that was, the flames were stoked by radio back then, but now it's social media. And the people who own these social media empires, they do nothing. And that's the good thing. Like that's the baseline of them doing nothing. But in other instances, they're actually adding accelerant to these situations, to these things that are just ready to ignite.
There were families pleading with their white neighbors to take their kids because they were fearful of being targeted. I spoke to a Muslim woman last night who lives in Belfast who said that she knows of a dozen families, mostly Muslim, whose homes had been targeted last night. And so I think it's very important to make clear here that this is planned violence, this is targeted violence.
To live in a world where, people have to say to their neighbors, please take my kids to keep them safe. Like, that is some fascist bullshit right there. That should not be happening anywhere.
Against ethnic minority communities. We saw a Turkish barbershop attacked last night, a Middle Eastern restaurant burnt, and I fear that we're going to see more of these incidents, even if we're not seeing large-scale rioting. Ethnic minority communities, their homes, their businesses are being targeted, and the communities are pleading for the government and other authorities to take.
Like I said, I covered this in great deal in my This Space appearance last week. Also, if you go to Owen Jones' channel, we'll be seeing a little bit of him in this live stream. He covered this in great detail in a couple of his videos. And so this riot was instigated by a Muslim who stabbed a man, nearly decapitating him. He lived, fortunately, in critical condition. As far as I know, he's still alive. And so that's kind of what sparked all of this. And they're blaming immigrants and all this sort of stuff, when it's like there's been plenty of cases of white people stabbing and killing people in the same area, but no riots resulted from that. They were just waiting for an excuse. This was, designed this way. It was set up, it was ready to go. They just were waiting for an excuse.
Racism seriously, to have a serious anti-racism action plan to ensure that people don't have to feel fear for their lives, every single day.
And Taj, of course, this follows that incident earlier in the week, that knife attack. There's been a lot of comment on social media in the wake of that. Some of it's also involved political figures. What do you think the role of social media has done to all of this?
Well, I think social media has been horrific. I mean, it seems like every time we have rioting or violence, the levels of racist abuse online directed at people of color, whether they're journalists or politicians, it gives you an indication of what we're seeing online. And I think this obsession with trying to find out the ethnicity or the religion of an offender is very telling. It demonstrates that people are picking and choosing which sorts of violence they are outraged by, demonizing entire communities, referring to people as invaders. That sort of language, that dehumanizing language, is having a real impact on the ground. I think, sadly, last night, it was predictable, just seeing what we were seeing on social media, these protests being promoted, people saying that businesses should close early. It demonstrated that this was going to be a planned attack on people of color. And many businesses did shut shop early. Many businesses did put their shutters down. People did take precautions, and they were still targeted.
And something similar, like, it didn't get to the point of riots here in Canada, but earlier this year, when there was a mass shooting at a school, and it turned out the attacker was a trans girl, the entire queer community was blamed for it. There are right-wingers that are just waiting for an excuse, because it doesn't matter that that was the first time a trans person was the attacker in a mass killing here in Canada. and that all the other times it was done by cis individuals, they don't care. They're just looking for an excuse. It's like, when a spouse is an abuser, and they make their partner makes their tea too hot or too cold, and then they're blamed for all of it, and they get beat. They're just looking for an excuse, and any little excuse will do. And the more they can hype it up in the media to make it sound like they deserve it, that now with them going on this race riot, they're doing good for the area. The reality is, I would feel much safer living next to a bunch of immigrants than I would any of the people in that crowd. Like, there's not even a doubt, a second thought. Like, it's instant. Yeah, no, I'd rather live next to immigrants than anyone who was involved in that crowd. Just, there's no question about that. So Mehdi Hassan was responding to all of this, just saying, trying to imagine the response from the British political class if it was another minority faith community who were locked inside their place of worship as bigots threatened them. But it's Muslims, so who cares? And so LBC was reporting worshippers had to be locked in as baklava-clad men marched on mosque as mob violence sweeps Glasgow. All the rhetoric behind this would have been starkly different had it been like Christians who were locked into that church, scared to leave because of other groups outside threatening them, or Jewish people in a synagogue locked in there. And things like that have happened in the States. They had the Tiki Torch March, and there were other groups of people who were in their places of worship scared to leave in those instances. Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party there, and the hope that the UK can come out of its new dark age, saying politicians who fan these flames should hang their heads in shame. Time and again, we've seen this story play out. Single incidences used to fuel far-right narrative, and communities across the nation paying the price. And so he was quote tweeting this here, just saying the rioters have set a house afire in Belfast. And that's the thing, like, it's not even just random people on social media. It's not just influencers. It's not even just, Elon Musk and the people with, who are wealthy and have status. There are actual politicians fanning these flames. And we see it in the UK, US, and here in Canada. Because some of the comments that came out from conservative politicians when it came to the mass shooting here in Canada or other attacks, what we have our politicians saying is stoking these flames. Absolutely. And again, if we see this happening over there, it's only a matter of time before something like that happens here. And there are things, again, this is an organized campaign from the right to have this violence play out. They're interconnected across borders, across the pond. And so you look at this riot here, has the same ties with the people who were involved in January 6th in the United States, and they have the same ties to the people who were involved in the trucker convoy that occupied Ottawa for weeks and weeks and weeks. The same ties to the people that are trying to spur on separation of Alberta from Canada. They all are working together. They're all coming from the same group of people. They're being funded by the same groups of people. Nurinder had tweeted this out, saying, "This is possibly the saddest thing I've seen in a long time. An immigrant nurse talking about fleeing her home. She saved her uniform so she could still work for our communities. I'd filled this country with 1,000 of this woman than one of those good-for-nothing thugs. God help this poor woman.
I only got 3 things from the house, and the only thing I did not get from the house were the letters my children wrote for me, because that is all I have from my children. The letters that they wrote for me 3 years back when I was leaving them back home. I think that is the only thing I didn't get. I only got my passport, my laptop, and my uniform, because I have to go to work.
Can I really be able to stay here?
And just the horrifying idea, too. Like some people say, you know, that's some work ethic there, but she shouldn't have to go back to work after this. She should be supported in this time. There is no way in hell she should be going back to work in the near future. You know, she needs to have her life rebuilt before she has to even consider that. The community has to come in and support her. The government should come in and support her on that. But dealing with this level of trauma and loss and then being forced to go back to work? Nah. If you were fleeing your house, it shouldn't even be a consideration in your head that you have to get the things you need to get back to work. That should never, never have to be the priority. But if she doesn't work, I would imagine she'd be kicked out of the country.
Will I be safe because of what happened and the whole experience? So just know I'm scared.
I only got 3 things.
So here is someone going by King on Twitter saying, Mark from Belfast just called it what it is on LBC. 30 women were murdered, not one road was closed, not one protest. What was the connection? They were murdered by white locals. One stabbing by a Sudanese man, and the whole place is engulfed with riots, fires, attacks on whites, blacks, brown people across Belfast. Years of local white men killing women, nothing. Undiluted racism. He is the only local to have said this. Who is behind this violence?
You're staying safe.
Yeah, I'm safe enough because I'm white. That's the way we are in this horrible world. I'm white. I'm safe. See, if I was a person of color, I would be terrified. Absolutely terrified. 30 women have been murdered in the north in the last 6 years. Beaten, burned, run over, stabbed. Not one road was closed. Not one protest. What was the connection?
These riots were allowed to happen because the authorities allowed them to happen. This could have been prevented before it even started. Just like the trucker convoy that occupied Ottawa could have been shut down if the authorities did their job. The January 6th riot didn't have to get so out of hand if the authorities were actually there to protect the Capitol. These sorts of things happen because the police forces don't work for the average person. A lot of them are actually involved and know people that are participating in these sorts of things.
They were all murdered by white locals. And the thing about it is, Ben, and I'm going to tell you now, this is pro-British people that are doing this. This is Protestant people. Every single attack is in a unionist area. The sociologists need to come and find out what the problem is. What is the problem? Not once, I'm not saying there's racists everywhere. I have no doubt there's racists in Catholic areas, but they don't terrorize people the way these people have done. And this has been going on for years.
How do you think we've ended up here? Why do you think we've ended up?
This is the right wing in America, and it's just everywhere you go. Blame it on the blacks, blame it on this, blame it on that.
So again, just pointing out how the politicians are both fanning the flames, but also cracking down. Like, there's a double standard on who they go after, on who they actually care about, on, when there's emergency, when there's not. So not too long ago, there were a couple other incidences in the UK. One was the burning of 2.5 ambulances, but they were tied to a Jewish organization. So a lot of media and press were covered in that, and the government had a lot to say about that. And then there was a stabbing in Golders Green, where 2 of the people stabbed were Jewish, and they tend to forget or neglect to mention that the first person stabbed was Muslim, and that the person who did the stabbing was just a mentally unwell person. It's not like they were out there targeting Jewish people, but as this person here is mentioning, Starmer held an emergency Cobra meeting when a mentally ill man stabbed his friend in the morning, then went on to Golders Green and attacked Jewish people. Now there's been an actual pogrom in Belfast and racist riots in Southampton. Where's the emergency Cobra meeting? Yeah, one would think that people being burned out of their homes, people huddling in fear in their places of worship, neighbors asking neighbors to take in their children for safety. You might want to escalate the response. You might want to take this a little bit more seriously than a couple ambulances that were burned.
Well, I've just held a Cobra meeting bringing together all the relevant partners, including the Home Secretary, the London Mayor, the Metropolitan Commissioner, to coordinate our response and to look at enhanced security. I've also spoken to CST. There is enhanced funding already in place. We need to increase that to give the level of protection that is needed. But of course.
So where is this for the racist riots and the pogrom that's been happening? We don't need to watch all of this because, again, this was in response to a stabbing of, let's just say this response wouldn't be in place if 2 of the people stabbed weren't Jewish. If they were 2 more Muslim people, there wouldn't have been a Cobra response to it. And so Paul here is just saying, just in case you were wondering what kind of place the UK is, a few Jewish ambulances being set on fire will bring about more Cobra meetings and hysterical mass media coverage than actual people being burned out of their homes by mass gangs rampaging through the streets. Owen Jones also pointing out, these aren't protests in Northern Ireland. They're not riots either. It's a pogrom. It's a systemic attempt to drive minorities out of their homes using violence. It's been whipped up by the media, our politicians, and the racist psychopath who runs this app. So Saul here was just saying a lot of nurses have been too terrified to go to work because they were foreign-born nationals. We don't need to watch this clip, but well, wait a sec, it's only 9 seconds long.
Well, actually, a lot of nurses as well have been too terrified to go to work because they were foreign-born nationals.
Mm-hmm. And Zach Polanski also pointing out, these aren't protests, they're racist riots, and it's time for the government to take them seriously. The PM should be convening a Cobra and setting out a real plan to end the horrific violence and bring communities together. Now is the time for real leadership. And he's quote tweeting a BBC article saying protests across Scotland and Belfast knife attack. Belfast knife attack. Again, the way the media is covering this as protests over this. No, it's a racist fucking riot. They are burning people out of their homes. People are in fear of their lives. They're losing everything as these thugs are going down the street. Now, for those of you on my side of the pond who are like, what the fuck is a cobra meeting? Here we go. Because it's not actually cobra, it's cobber meeting. Cobber purpose is a high-level coordinated decision-making in the event of major catastrophic emergencies. But Cobra sounds much better, and it used to be for Room A, which apparently is just something that was added on because it sounds cooler. So what is a Cobra or Cobra? What is a Cobra or Cobra? Cobra is shorthand for Cabinet Committee that is convened to handle matters of national emergency or major disruption. Its purpose is to coordinate different departments and agencies in response to such emergencies. Cobra is many things, including a series of rooms located in Cabinet Office 70 Whitehall, and that team supports high-level coordination and decision-making in a crisis. It is sometimes incorrectly, but pretty much every time I've seen it, been referred to as Cobra, Cabinet Office Briefing Room A. The origins of it being referred to as Cabinet Office Briefing Room A, Cobra, are not clear. Again, it just sounds cooler. It may have been confused with the Treasury briefing. No, it just sounds cooler. And then it goes into like when it was first formed and all of the history and stuff. And this is from the Institute Government UK. If you want to read up on the rest of this, by all means. But I think it's just, Cobra sounds cooler. Because, yeah. So, like I said, what we see over there will happen here unless, we start tackling the issues at the root cause. And so Rachel Gilmore had put together a video saying there's organized effort to make racist movement mainstream in Canadian politics. That's why experts are so concerned to hear the pro-mass deportation group's leader attend one of Canada's largest conservative conference. My latest piece for the Tyee, I dig into this rising problem. This is what the politicians are doing. They're setting it up so that here in Canada, we have the same type of thing happen. The politicians are involved. This is a coordinated, organized movement that goes beyond borders. That is why part of what I want to do with my channel is to build cross-border solidarity on the left, because the right has already done it. And they have been horrifically successful at it. So what we see happening in the UK, it's only a matter of time of it happening here unless we start dealing with it now.
As Pierre Poilievre stepped on the stage to address the Canada Strong and Free Network conference in early May, some of the most prominent and most important establishment conservatives were watching on. So too was an increasingly notorious Canadian nationalist who advocates for the mass deportations of those he deems foreigners, which includes permanent residents and birthright citizens, from the country. Daniel Tyee.
Where have we heard about wanting to get rid of birthright citizenship before? We see that rhetoric in the States. If we don't push back here in Canada, it's going to happen here too.
This is the focus of my latest piece for the Tyee, which you can head over to their website to read now. See, for Tyee, attending this conference was part of what he called an important strategy, one of humanizing his organization and its ideas in the eyes of some of the most powerful right-wingers in Canada. Tyee is the executive director of the Dominion Society, a group that advocates for a far-right policy known as remigration. The Dominion Society is proposing to remove up to...
And where have we heard the term remigration before? Definitely been hearing a lot of it coming out of the States and the UK, specifically those rioters that were doing the pogrom. We're referring to this.
9 million people, which is as much as 21%, 1 in 5 people in Canada's population.
The absurdity of this, to try to kick out a fifth of the population of Canada? That would be an economic collapse. That would be a collapse of all of our services, everything. That is not doable. Everything would fall apart. And you know, what determines who's an immigrant versus who's not? What if they're married? What about their kids? What about, you know, their ties to the community, their family, all of this? Like, there's just, it is an absurd idea to begin with. Yet these politicians and these right-wingers are going on it because they know it just makes people angry. You know, they're a scapegoat for all the things going wrong in this country right now. And they're going wrong because of the liberals and the conservatives and the capitalist agenda, the Epstein class. They're being used as a distraction from all the things that the government is doing that makes our life hell. And the idea of like, oh, well, if we just kick out a fifth of the population, all will be solved. No, it won't. Not even close. It would make everything a whole hell of a lot worse.
By deporting immigrants as well as revoking birthright citizenship. The racist idea has become increasingly mainstream around the world in recent years, thanks to far-right European politicians and US President Donald Trump's White House. The concept has gained enough international support that its far-right proponents gathered in Porto, Portugal in late May for a remigration summit. Hundreds, including Tyree, attended. Researchers have called the remigration movement a form of ethnic cleansing, which is a parallel that Tyree denies. He has also denied being a white nationalist. Despite his protestations, however, Tyree has said in interviews that he's very clear about what a Canadian is. Here's what he told Juno News' Candice Malcolm in an interview in February.
I consider myself a Canadian nationalist. That being said, like, I'm very clear about what a Canadian is, and all these groups that
do you
established Canada, this ethnic continuity that we're talking about, these people can be called white people.
Now Tyree says he's hoping to use events like the Canada Strong and Free Network conference to normalize his ideas in Canadian politics. This is what he told a live stream on May 7th, the day that he heard Poilievre speak at the conference.
I'm just going to take a chance to get to talk to these people, to humanize the organization, because so many of these people, they think we're like radical, unreasonable.
Yeah. Tyree went on to grin as he acknowledged some of his online followers can be feral, which has led some to be apprehensive of him in these rooms. But for him, it's still worth being there.
But it's good to show up and be there in person, show face, have conversations with people, and show them that we're serious, we're professional, we're reasonable, we're not going to back down on our ideas, but we can actually work collaboratively with people that that we're not just hateful, radical bigots, that we understand how the process works and how and our role in.
You can see the full video on her channel and read the full article. I'll send you the link to the article. But you can go check out Rachel Gilmore on YouTube and watch the full video there. So Samira here is just saying, again, what we're seeing in the UK is happening here. So Canadian lawmakers spreading anti-Muslim hate and blaming Muslims for the murder of a Toronto police officer charged in the murder of Constable Pinzotto is Nicholas Bennett, not a Muslim. For years, Robin Bubber has been fomenting anti-Muslim hate. He's a vile scumbag and a liar. So a lot of what the right wing loves to do with these sorts of things is lie. And we're going to get into a lot of that when we start talking about Palestine action in the next docket. But they just outright lie about what happened. And so again, here we have a member of parliament spreading misinformation to stoke hatred, saying Islamist Jihad murdered Constable Mark Pinzotto. Believe your own eyes and ears. Get your head out of the sand before it's too late. And tweeting out a video. But apparently, according to Samira, that person was not a Muslim. But they're just spreading Islamophobic hate. A member of our government. There's not going to be any pushback towards him. He's not going to be told to take back his comments, to clear the air, to make amends, nothing. And that's part of the problem, is that we have politicians that are allowed to go out and spread this racist, bigoted bullshit. And they don't get in trouble. Yet, where Kafia? Say Palestinians should be free. Oh, that's problematic. Say anything against Zionists. Oh, wow, you'll be called out for that. But you can say every Islamophobic, anti-Muslim thing you want and face no consequences. So just like in Canada, there was that march of 60,000 Zionists, followed by the next week a march from Bosnians who were in support of Palestinians. Well, there was also a demonstration in Belfast, people pushing back against the racist rampage. So Gary here is just saying it's hard to undersell just how large the demonstration in Belfast was today. It's one of the largest demonstrations I've ever seen in the city. And Jade here saying Nazis flee as 10,000 anti-fascists reclaim our streets. So proud of our anti-fascist city today. There are more of us with empathy and compassion and heart and accepting and all of that. There's more of us than there are of them. And we have to make our presence known. We have to go out there. We have to protest. We have to push back. We have to do live streams pushing back. We have to join marches to let people know they're not alone, that there's support, that these hateful people that go out there don't speak for everyone else. But we have to do that. We have to get ourselves out there and get known, and so that our neighbors know they are safe with us. Thank you so much, True Democratic North, for the $2 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. And you're always so generous in my live streams. Okay, just going to check the SandBox before we get on to the Palestine Action stuff that came out. There's so much news to go over today. It's been a while, a lot to get caught up on. And the next docket is actually really long too, talking about Palestine Action and the things around that. And then some federal news, and then just a teeny tiny bit of provincial news, but then a whole bunch of cop news. So, yeah. Again, let me know if there's any issues with the sound, because I have my lapel mic on as opposed to my Yeti mic, because my Yeti mic got damaged when my table collapsed. So I don't know if there's like any hair rustling against it or anything, but just start screaming at me in the SandBox if that's the case. Okay. Some people talking about Fox News. They also instigate a lot of this. Hello, JK. Welcome to the SandBox. Saying the authorities in Northern Ireland are closely linked to unionist parliamentaries. Yeah, when the occupation in Ottawa from the truckers was happening, there was footage of police officers pulling over others saying that basically they were in support of it. Like, it's just all the authorities are tied in with a lot of these right-wing groups, and we'll be talking about that later on with the cops here in Canada. True Democratic North saying the world is messed up. So Life Elon instigated the Belfast riots too. I've only seen one place report on it. Well, you can always check out Owen Jones. He's on top of it. Mehdi Hassan has also been commenting on it a lot. Zach Polanski, leader of the Green Party, he's been talking about it and being attacked for it as well. But there are people speaking out. The thing is that over here on this side of the pond, they tend to be very not egocentric, but centric to their country, and so Americans tend not to comment too much on international news. Even a lot of Canadians don't tend to comment on international news. I do because, again, I see it as all being connected. That the racist riots happening in Belfast is no different than, the ICE officers doing what they're doing in the States to, the separatist movement in Alberta. They're all connected. And so it's important to report on what's happening in other areas when there's a through thread, because it's hard to deal with the issue unless you're dealing with all of the issue. Because if we just, stamp out one little flame while there's an entire forest still on fire, it's important that we deal with the root cause of it. And the root cause has spread out across all of these countries. So it's important to cover all of them and connect them to what's happening. Hello, Zinc? Zini? Welcome to the SandBox. Let's put this up here. Saying when they say socialism doesn't work, then respond, let's do it anyway. I don't know what that means. We don't have socialism anywhere. We have some socialist elements slightly, but we don't, because capitalists like to quash that down, because the reality is it would work. And the capitalists and the Epstein class, they don't want it to, because that threatens their status quo. So we don't have socialism anywhere. Canada doesn't have universal health care. We have some health care, but it's not like comprehensive or anything of that sort. We don't have supports for people who are living with poverty in a way that would help them get out of those situations at all. Like, we have some aspects of socialism, and those are the aspects that are usually most appreciated within the country. And the same in the States, the same in the UK. It's the socialist ideals that people like the most, but when they go underfunded and are cut and are demonized and purposely sabotaged by capitalists, right-wingers, liberals, all of them, they don't want it to work. And so they sabotage it. And then they'll point at it and say, see, socialism doesn't work. It's never given it a chance to work. Because they know it would. And if it got the opportunity to actually work, those people would never be in power again. JK saying Starmer is a Zionist. He allows the sale of stolen West Bank land in London synagogue. A lot of our leaders are Zionists. Guess there was going to be a premiere or something that got canceled, so I get to keep more of my audience. I don't know what that was about. Let's see. Looney Tunes, Rachel Gilmore is based. Yep, she does incredible work. Yeah, Cobra Insurance, probably different than Cobra in the UK. Atticus Among Us. I was between jobs and on Cobra Insurance, broke my back, and their payout was nearly exactly what I had paid in. Bad Lefty, for what it's worth. That remigration phrase originally came out of French far-right neo-Nazi circles before spreading worldwide. Yeah, anything that picks up any sort of traction on the right in one area instantly gets, what's the word? Franchised out to the other ones. That's not the word that I want, but it's close enough. And welcome to the SandBox. Yeah, I do have a bunch of mods in here today, don't I? Soul Life having an ant problem. I feel you. Mm-hmm. And talking about the insects, not family. Let's see. Okay, there. Yeah, I've had issues with ants here. And in the fall, it's ladybugs. Barely call that an issue other than my cats would go crazy trying to get them. Cat. Also, your hair looks so pretty, Sandy. Why, thank you. I have figured out the steps I need to do to get it super bouncy curly like this. It all depends on what I do with my hair after I shower as to what kind of curl I get. Let's see. Philip Blair, why is it okay to spew this hate against Muslims and Jews? It's not. But I know what you were meaning by that. It's not okay to spread any hatred. Atticus Among Us, maybe they're capitalists and chasing what they can't have. Yeah, I put a lot of my food in like containers in my cupboards and stuff. Or if it's like a bag and stuff, I roll it up and put clothespins on it to seal it properly and stuff. Because, yeah, getting bugs, once you get bugs, it's so hard to get them out. Philip Blair, socialism doesn't work. Why is Cuba under United States military enforced economic siege? Average classroom size in Cuba is 8 to 10 students per one teacher. Average classroom size in California is 24 to 27 students per one teacher. I don't know any parent or child who really would choose the latter. In Ontario, it's worse. Bad Lefty, at least ladybirds are cute. Yeah, I do try to catch them and release them outside before my cats get to them. But it's just, I get a shocking number of them in the fall. Okay, now we're just talking about all the different bugs people are getting. So let's get back to the news. Because because the next docket is fairly long and it has to do with Palestine action in the UK. So let's get to that. And then I can close that other window. What was it? This one. Okay. So Harry says, in the UK, sitting peacefully opposing genocide is deemed terrorism, whilst burning houses, rioting, and targeting a minority group is considered a protest. This just seems like a very, like, mirror dimension type test. It's like, look at these images. Which one is terrorism? Well, according to the UK government, this is terrorism. This is just some people protesting. Another person, oh, and here we go. Nope, not, sorry, have to back it up. There we go, this one. Somebody else pointing out the same thing. So just Tanya here saying, so just to get my head straight around. And so I'm clear, the first pick is an act of terrorism. The second is an act of protest. Have I got that correct? Yeah. This woman here is a terrorist. This, nah, just some people protesting. So from Defend Our Juries, this is Labour's fault. This young person was one of more than 100 people arrested outside of Woolwich Crown Court yesterday for holding a paper sign. They said paper sign and not placard. I'm rubbing off on some people, I think. I would still just say poster. Today it's Palestine actionists. Tomorrow they're coming for your cause. Stand against this injustice. With we do not comply.org. I'll share that link with people.
Come with me. What are you being arrested for?
Holding a sign, I believe.
A piece of paper?
Piece of paper, placard.
In Starmer's Britain 2026?
Yeah, I think this sets a very bad precedent for a reform government coming in, making people protesting genocide, doing very peaceful protests. They're going to find it very, very easy to demonise ordinary citizens when they get in. And this is Labour's fault. They've gone further than the Conservatives.
Keep that in mind. Labour has gone further than the Conservatives. Here in Canada, Mark Carney, on a lot of issues, has gone further than the Conservatives. Starting to ban this type of protest is only a matter of time here.
On this matter, when it comes to locking up protesters, it's not good. So that's why we're out here.
Bravo, we love you!
Oops, no, that one. More from Defend Our Juries, breaking over 60 arrested protesting prescription of Palestine action outside royal courts of justice. This young person defends the right to peacefully protest. You speak against the government, you write words they don't like, and this is what they do to you.
Who is this entity for the 2,000 Brits who served the IDF? The Met have declined to investigate. You speak against the government, you write words they don't like, and this is what they do to you.
We're going to have to carry on.
Those drones! British soldiers have testified in those drones! Why are the Met not investigating the 2,000 Brits who served in the IDF? Why are you doing this to peaceful protesters? 6 years for smashing drones! Those drones shoot children in the head! British doctors have testified that those drones shoot children in the head!
So again, here in Canada, we have the freedom of expression and the freedom to protest and things of that sort. And that is a right that can be taken away unless we fight for it. Like, that's the thing. All of these, I was hoping that we would live in a world where we were fighting to expand our rights. But right now we are fighting tooth and nail just to keep the rights we have. And in the UK, they clearly are having them taken away because there is no way that any reasonable person in any court will look at what these protesters are doing and say that they are terrorists. We'll get there. So here is a presenter on GB News, which been hearing lovely things about, saying police have arrested 6 activists after a pro-Palestine rally outside a synagogue in North London. How on earth is this allowed to go ahead? Imagine the outrage if it were a mosque. The mayor of London was warned about this spiraling and failed to act. But as Defender Juries is saying, can someone explain to Alex in very simple terms that selling stolen land on occupied territories is a crime, regardless of whether you cynically use your place of worship to do it? Same thing happens here in Canada. And the same people, same type of people as Alex, will say the same type of thing. They're protesting the synagogue. How dare we allow that to happen? No, they're protesting the sale of stolen land that's going on in the synagogue. You'd think an obsessive advocate for Judeo-Christian values would be flipping tables. So then here's Owen Jones talking about the Court of Appeal right now. So breaking, the Court of Appeal, and Huda is tweeting this out, ruled in the government's favor, stating that Palestine action ban is lawful. So this had escalated in the courts, and right now they're saying that proscribing Palestine action, labeling them as a terrorist group, is lawful. We will not stop fighting for the ban to be lifted, the end the use of terror legislation against us, and crucially, for a free Palestine. And Owen Jones was quote tweeting that, saying, an outrageous injustice. One day the boot will be on the other foot, and those who drowned in Gaza blood will languish in prison cells. To have governments be able to just arbitrarily, and this is arbitrary, as in what criteria do they fall under to be labeled as a terrorist group, and meanwhile you had people, part of an organized movement that went around terrorizing people, burning their homes, forcing them out, threatening violence. How is that not labeled as terrorism? But people sitting peacefully with placards are labeled as terrorists. It's the government's way of quashing free speech, of quashing speech they don't like, because it exposes their complicity in the genocide, what these people are doing. Owen saying, this is absolutely insane. The suffragettes used far more extreme tactics than Palestine action. They planted bombs, burned down private homes, and smashed up art galleries. They killed 5 people. Her outrageous judgment is based on absurd historical ignorance. He also released a video about this earlier today that you can go watch, and I recommend you do. Really informative. But he was quote tweeting Saul here, who had tweeted out this clip saying, the Lady Chief Justice, I don't need to repeat this because it would be said in here, but it's this, the Lady Justice is totally misremembering history, apparently, by somehow painting Palestine action as being more radical than the suffragettes, who, as Owen said, bombed places, burned down homes, killed people. But apparently they were reasonable, but these Palestine action people who are sitting down with posters, oh, that's a bridge too far.
It is nonetheless a fundamental mistake to overlook the fact that Palestine action overtly promotes unlawful violence amounting to terrorism. It is not, as it claims, a direct action civil disobedience protest group like the suffragettes operating transparently in the open. It is a...
Not all of them operated transparently in the open.
Covert organisation operating with secret cells to avoid the detection and prosecution of those using violence to destroy the property of third parties. It is nonetheless...
Just going to close some of these windows because there's so many open. So yeah, I really recommend watching Owen's video. It is 18 minutes long, so I won't be showing it here, but he goes into a lot of detail as to what the suffragettes did and how her words are just completely rewriting history and what the implications of that are. And so here, again, the politicians are the one instigating it. Now, earlier, there was a community note on this, and it has since been taken down, probably because the owner of the site didn't like it. So Mike Tapp here is just saying, do you support the Palestine Action Group? And he's asking Zach Polanski that, the leader of the Green Party, after he tweeted, the government's branding of protests as terrorism has seen grandparents arrested and dragged through the courts simply for holding up signs. It's deeply authoritarian when people are speaking out against genocide for a free Palestine. And so here's an MP just saying, do you support Palestine Action Group? A question where he knows Zach can't answer yes, or he could face, get this, up to 14 years in prison. That is what is happening in the UK right now. These people who are just sitting with these signs opposing genocide can face up to 14 years in prison. How many of those rioters were arrested for burning down homes and forcing people out? Thousands have been arrested for peacefully protesting. And so Zach replied to him saying, the fact that your government has made it illegal for me to answer yes is a damning testament to your flagrant disregard for civil liberties. This may be targeted at those taking action against the genocide, but it sets a very dangerous precedent that puts everyone at risk. Yeah, if they can prescribe this group as terrorists, there is really nothing stopping them from prescribing any group they don't like as terrorists, that they don't like their speech, so they're just going to prescribe them as terrorists. And that, yeah, that was a Labour MP who asked that question, knowing that he would risk imprisonment for just saying yes. And Owen Jones, also, he has a video out on this because he was just so disgusted by it, saying, the more I think about this, the more shocking it gets. A government minister asking a political opponent a question, knowing that if he answered yes, he would be arrested and potentially imprisoned. That's thanks to his government unhinged law. It is so disturbing. And then, of course, that MP decided to say, I'm more disturbed that you spent the night thinking about me. Owen comments about that in his video. And this MP says, the anti-Semitism I'm woken up to the extreme left over the night is utterly unhinged, shameful, and disturbing. Yeah. That's just throwing a little dash of homophobia in while you're trying to get your political opponent imprisoned. And so Jonathan Cook had sent out this tweet just kind of discussing this. He's a writer, journalist, and self-appointed media critic. Has a large following. But also Mehdi Hassan said, well said. So I trust his judgment on who this person is. And Jonathan Cook says, Palestine Action is in good company. British governments and courts criminalize resistance to slavery, the Cheras movement for universal male suffrage, any organizing by trade unionists, and the suffragettes movement to win women the vote. All of these groups were demonized at the time, but, you know, they look back. It's that whole liberals are a fan of all movements except for the one happening now. And so at the time, all of these groups were demonized. They were targeted, made into criminals. But then, you know, the current generations look back at what they won for people's freedoms, and they are seen as the I don't want to say warriors, but the fighters that they were and what they had to sacrifice to get to where they are. And I'm not saying that the violence that they did was good, but you know, the advancements we have in society is because of movements before us. And it's important to keep those movements going now. Because, yeah, in a generation, they're going to look back at people who were in support of Palestine action, of people who were pushing back against this genocide. And they won't be so filtered through a Zionist narrative as to who was on the right and wrong side of history. So he says, none of our rights were given to us by the ruling class. We had to fight for each of them tooth and nail. The British establishment is always on the wrong side of history because history is with the struggle of ordinary people, not with the selfish interests of billionaires and war industries. Yes, the capitalists, the government, they don't want the system to change. They're happy with the way the system is and how it benefits them. They're not going to change out of the goodness of their hearts because they have no goodness in their hearts. We have to fight for everything. It's not going to be given to us. We have to fight for it. Those earlier struggles were deemed the terrorism of their day by the very same liberals, the British establishment, and the useful idiots who today declare any practical action to stop British complicity in Israel's genocide to be terrorism. Note, too, as proof of bad faith, the British establishment is well advanced in its efforts to declare entirely peaceful protests, marches through the streets as antisocial hate crimes, and soon enough terrorism too. This will escalate. They'll keep on branding more and more groups as terrorists. Meanwhile, the actual terrorists that were going around burning down homes and setting cars on fire, they're protesters. The ruling class considers attempt to stop a genocide, even holding a banner against mass murder of children, to be far worse than racist pogroms in Belfast, which tried to burn alive people in their homes because of the color of their skin. So more from Defend Our Juries. After outrageous injustice inside, it continues outside as police intent on continuing to arrest over 100 people under Terrorism Act for holding cardboard signs. The signs, saving lives is not terrorism. I support Palestine action.
It's a very sad day for justice in this country. Corrupt. The courts are corrupt. And the government is...
So despite that ruling, there are still people out there still saying that they support Palestine action, despite the court ruling saying that the ban will not be lifted. These are the heroes future generations will look back on. The people who will continue to fight, like this woman.
Would you class yourself as a terrorist?
No, of course I do not class myself as a terrorist. I accept that I am classed as one by a government that supports terrorist regimes.
There she is. There's a decent member of society.
It's the third time this 78-year-old former psychiatrist has been taken into custody for supporting Palestine action.
One of the tricks that authoritarian governments play is to label opponents of the government as terrorists.
Would you class yourself as a terrorist?
And so apparently both of those women were arrested yesterday. that there are still people out there fighting, pushing back, because any reasonable person knows that ruling was wrong. It's now to the point where we can't trust the courts to rule on what is right. They'll only rule on what is right for them, for the establishment, for the status quo. And close a few more of these tabs. There we go. And so defend our juries, let the escalation begin. Warning, expressing support for Palestine action in this way is a breach of Section 12 of the UK Terrorism Act. This comes with significant risk of arrest and prosecution and could lead to home raids and up to 14 years imprisonment. A bold threat.
Section 12 of the Terrorism Act 2000 makes it illegal to express or invite support for a prescribed organisation such as Palestine Action. This offence carries up to 14 years in prison. Anyway, take it away. Section.
So we are going to do it anyway. Why? Because Palestine Action is not a terrorist organization. Saving lives is not terrorism. If you're inspired to replicate this action, before doing so, please send us an email at info@defendourjuries.net for legal briefing. Here's Marjorie.
I'm Margie. I'm a retired tax advisor, and I know that saving lives is not terrorism. I'm a member of Palestine Action. I recommend that you support them and become a member too. Thank you.
The UK government must immediately end its complicity in Israel's crimes against humanity and stop using counter-terror laws to imprison those who take action to oppose deadly corporate crimes.
Hello, I'm Richard. I'm a retired history teacher and a former army officer, and I fully support Palestine Action and all they're doing and have done to prevent the movement of weapons to the genocide in Gaza. And I would strongly recommend that you support them too.
Hello, my name is Ali. I'm an ex-early years educator from Staffordshire, and I am a member of Palestine Action, which, in the interests of protecting corrupt politicians during an ongoing genocide, is now a prescribed terrorist organisation. Saving lives is not terrorism, and if you agree, I encourage you to become members of Palestine Action too. Counter-Terror Command, you know where I am, you know who I am. I'm sure I'll be seeing you soon. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
Let's see how many more. Yeah, so there's lots more here. So I'm going to toss this thread into the SandBox. So if you want to watch the rest of those videos, you can. And so then we move on to something that was related to Palestine Action. And this is kind of the instigation as to why it got prescribed as a terrorist organization. And again, there's a lot of misinformation going on around what happened, but this is a massive injustice in the courts. That the jury ruled one way and the judge came in after the fact and said, no, they're terrorists and they're going away for a total of 22 years, these four. So Richard Saunders here is just saying this is barbaric. They were not permitted to explain to the jury why they carried out the attack on Elbit Factory. So these were members of Palestine Action who went into Elbit Factory and caused a lot of property damage. And during this act, a police officer was injured with a sledgehammer to the back, in which she received a fracture. Her back was not severed. She was not sliced in half. Her spine was not shattered. She received a fracture and could even walk afterwards. So they were charged and now they're going away for a total of 22 years. So, and Elbit Factories makes weapons that are sent over to commit genocide, for Israel to commit genocide. They are directly responsible for the death of thousands of Palestinian people, children. So, Elbit factories, which makes weapons that kill Palestinian children, and the jury was never told they would be sentenced as terrorists. To understand just how much of a stitch-up this is, watch our interview with 2 of the defendants who were found not guilty on Double Down Newswatch last month. So they were found not guilty, then the judge came in and said, nope, they're guilty. And they're terrorists. I'm going to toss this link into the SandBox so you can watch it. But he was originally quote tweeting this: breaking 4 Palestine activists have been jailed for a total of 22 years for causing 1.2 million worth of damage and fracturing a policewoman's spine in an Israeli weapons factory. Sorry, I have a bit of a coughing fit coming on. Okay. So a little bit more on this. Tayyip says, in more than 25 years of working on terrorism cases, I never thought I would see terrorism legislation used in a way that blurs the line between genuine national security concerns and policing of political expression and protests. The sentence of the Filton 4 raises profound questions about the direction of our justice system. Counterterrorism laws exist to protect the public from serious threats, not to chill political dissent, including direct action protests. If we are not careful, we risk setting a dangerous precedent, one that many will view as driven not by principle, but as a desire to shield Israel from criticism. I strongly oppose what happened in this case today. And he was quote tweeting Amnesty International. So again, 3 of these people were not charged with any bodily harm. 1 person was charged with GBH, grievous bodily harm, without intent. So the person did not go in there intending to hurt any person. It's just probably within a struggle with the authorities, it happened. But that was not the intent. It just was probably done by accident, and the policewoman received a fractured spine. Not a shattered spine, not a spine ripped out of her body. Her body was not sliced in half. She received a fracture to her spine, and from what I gather, could even walk after that. So Amnesty UK says, breaking Filton 4 sentenced as terrorist. So this was again done after the jury had said, had done their job. And then the judge came in and says, nah, they're terrorists. So Amnesty opposes the use of terrorism powers in this case. It is completely disproportionate to punish protesters for criminal damage as if they were terrorists, a sentence which stays with you for life. The defendants in today's case were sentenced as terrorists because prosecutors want to make an example of them. Today's decision shows how direct action protesters could be treated in the future. The use of terrorism laws against direct action protesters must end. Together we must continue calling out the abuse of power and fighting for our rights to protect them. Read our position. Criminal damage, direct action, terrorism use powers in the UK. So I'm going to toss this into the SandBox for people, so you can finish reading that. So John McDonnell, who is an MP, says scales of sentences on the 4 young people who took direct action against the arms supplier to Israel is truly shocking. To impose years of imprisonment for protesting to save lives in Gaza is unjust, especially sentencing on a terrorist grounds. They were never convicted by a jury. So the jury did not convict them as terrorists. Oh, right. I said that John McDonnell here is an MP. Let's click on his profile. A Labour MP. Vote Labour for the many, not the few. Hey, John. Well, I know I'm from like across the pond here, but I just feel I want to help you out. maybe you're missing something, but it was your party that prescribed Palestine Action as terrorists. It was your party that set the foundation for this to happen. Just saying, you might want to do something about that. That was, yeah, that was you. Your party. You could do something. Make a bigger statement. Maybe quit the Labour Party. There's other parties that you could join, potentially. Even sit as an independent. Call out Keir Starmer. Call out the fact that this was even prescribed as a terrorist organization in the first place. Yeah. So Zach Polanski, again, just commenting on this the way I would hope John McDonnell here would. Gut-wrenching to see 4 young people jailed for direct action against an arms supplier to Israel, years in prison for protesting to save lives in Gaza with terrorism, used despite no jury conviction of it, convicting them of it. A truly dangerous attack on the right to protest. And Alex here, a journalist, is just saying, you conveniently disagree with Palestine activists' goals while simultaneously being horrified a judge can decide after a conviction. So just go in and say, I don't give a fuck what the jury said. This is what I'm going to do. If it was terrorism related and double a sentence. Being able to class an offense as terrorism after conviction without charging them with terrorism should bother everyone. Yeah. Any protest action that is now determined as trying to change government policy can have this applied. So today it's Palestine Action, but it'll be immigration protests, farmers' protests, NHS, tax, etc., etc. And defend our juries. Again, just saying, a juror in the Palestine Action case is now speaking at the rally in their support. This is the collapse of the apparatus of our freedoms. What is Britain becoming? So this is one of the jurors who did not convict them as a terrorist.
3 weeks of deliberation. We acquitted them of most of the charges.
So 3 weeks of deliberation, we acquitted them of most of the charges and couldn't reach on
the others.
I'm not too, oh, I guess this is really loud because that went red. So I'll lower the volume for you guys. Hopefully you can hear this okay.
After our trial, more charges were dropped, and I was really confused to hear that CPS were going ahead with a retrial for 5 of them, only facing a charge of criminal damage. I didn't understand how it could possibly be in the public interest to retry on this minor charge when the defendants had already spent 18 months each in prison. What was kept secret from us at our trial, and from the second jury who did convict, is that if we decided they were guilty of criminal damage, they would be sentenced as terrorists. Who got to decide that? No jury has ever decided they were terrorists. No jury has ever even been told about this terrorist connection, which frankly feels tantamount to a secret extra charge. And it's only applied on what seems like the lowest charge on the sheet. I'm pleased that my jury did not convict, but I feel really sorry for the jury that did. They didn't know what they were convicting the defendants of.
In defending our juries, was quote tweeted saying, watching a Zionist shill freak out that juror can talk honestly about a trial after it is complete is only a real silver lining to an otherwise very dark cloud. Jurors absolutely should complain about having crucial facts, context hidden from them. The whole truth? Mm-hmm. And more from Zach Polanski. So he's quote tweeting Kemi here after they quote tweeted him because he said that it was gut-wrenching to see these 4 young people jailed for direct action. And she says these thugs fractured the spine of the police officer who spoke in court of the medical emotional trauma she still lives with. Prison is where they belong. Unlike Zach Polanski, I want serious consequences for anyone who attacks police officers risking their lives to protect us. They weren't risking their lives to protect people. They were trying to protect weapons companies, property, and there was no intent from those protesters to actually harm her. And so Zach, again, he's having to come out and clear up what other people are trying to claim he said. He never said that he was okay with the violence. So he says, I never condone violence against a police officer. This is utterly dishonest. The jury weren't judging them on terrorism offense. This was an awful sleight of hand. The creeping encroachment of terror laws onto protests and removal of our juries should worry us all. Mehdi Hassan also quote tweeting an MP who was again quote tweeting Zach. So this MP says, smashing up property and attacking a police officer with a sledgehammer is not protest, it's violence. Zach Polanski is a disgrace. Anyone voting green is supporting this nonsense. And Mehdi saying, 3 of the 4 people didn't attack the police officer and all 4 were cleared of violent intent. So the only disgrace here is the lie you're telling to justify a clear miscarriage of justice and the use of anti-terror laws to justify your government's complicity in genocide. So the idea of all 4 of them being convicted for one of them who was involved with the attack on the police officer, but again, it was done without violent intent. But they're trying to say that, you know, these people somehow were targeting the police officers with a sledgehammer, making it sound like very scary and all this sort of stuff. And it is bad. Like, I also do not condone violence. I don't like to see violence of any sort. But they're really misrepresenting what happened and blowing it way out of proportion. Mehdi Hassan, again, having to hit back because, again, it's the influencers, it's the people with power and money who are spreading misinformation. This is Osmond Gold, who has a massive, massive following online. Says, what does it have to do with driving? Oh, and he's quote tweeting this. Elon Levy, who is a Zionist, with this one image, and one image out of context will always look bad. And Mehdi Hassan saying you were part of a government that murdered tens of thousands of people and then you went on TV to justify those murders. And Osmond Gold responded to Mehdi saying, what does this have to do with driving a car into a building, hitting police officers with a sledgehammer? Ultimately, people like Mehdi Hassan will always run defense for groups that support and enable Islamic terrorism. In a saner world, all 4 of them would be executed. So he's saying that those 4 should just be killed for trying to destroy weapons that are being used in a genocide. And so Mehdi is responding to that, saying, this freak with 1.3 million followers wants to execute a group of young people who took direct actions to prevent a genocide, 3 of whom were not prosecuted for any acts of violence. He wants to execute them for criminal damage. The modern online fascist right, ladies and gents. Sounds very familiar to a certain ad that was taken out in a New York paper, calling for the execution of 5 young men. This is fascism. Just a little bit more. So again, responding to Kemi, who was stating, you know, talking about the fractured spine and again, blowing it out of proportion. Defend Our Jury says, no, they didn't. One of them, Sam Corner, was found to have injured Sergeant Evans without intent. There was no such accusation against any of the others. Kemi committed contempt of our court on live television during their trial. And so people are fighting back. Sarah tweeted out this clip saying people lied down to block the van, taking 4 of the Filton 25 from the courts to prison after the judge resignable unjust sentence. This clip is almost 9 minutes long, so I won't be playing the whole thing. I will toss it into the SandBox for people, though. Okay, and so that is it for that docket. Long docket, but important. Again, all of what we're seeing in the UK, it's only a matter of time before it happens here in Canada. Just checking the time. Okay, so I've only been at this for 2.5 hours. Oh. So I have some federal news about Mark Carney, AI, and the potential ban on social media for youth here in Canada. And oh, yeah, there's that. And then I have just a tiny bit of provincial news, but bigger stories around police. Whole bunch of stories related to police here in Canada that I wanted to cover. But before we do that, go and check the SandBox. I'm also feeling really hungry. I didn't really eat before this, so I might have to go get something to eat. And of course, I'm going to completely forget that I have this lapel mic on, and when I stand up, it's going to rip out of the computer. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Okay, people talking about insects. Okay, can skip past some of that. Bad Lefty saying this isn't new. Maggie Thatcher said her greatest achievement was Tony Blair and his new Labour government. Oh, hello, Nadia. Welcome to the SandBox. Nice to see you. Apparently not all emojis are visible. Philip Blair saying terrorists have become a meaningless word. Extremist has also become a meaningless word. Yeah, the way it's being used, like when some people say the word extremist or terrorist has a completely different context when other people say it these days. There's no set thing on it. So JK just saying Israel is a terrorist state. Britain is aligned with Israel because Britain is just another terrorist state. Do not expect truth or justice in either of these states. I need to turn off the fan. There we go. Part of the reason why my throat is getting so dry. I think it's cool enough now. Bad Lefty, I support Palestine action, but luckily I still live in a free country. Thing is that even if you say that and you're outside of the UK, you can be banned. You can't go to the UK if they find out that you said this. Pretty much, I can't travel outside of Canada. I can barely travel within Canada. But, between what's happening in the States and the UK, I'd be banned for, 20 different reasons from both. Bad Lefty just saying, for what it's worth, these people are safe if they live in Irish nationalist areas. These pogroms are only in loyalist British Protestant areas. I was seeing that that distinction online, that the pogroms were from British loyalists and not from people who were Irish. Philip Blair, is this why they want to take away birthright citizenship, to strip citizenship of people who say things like, I support Palestine action? Lots of reasons. Philip Blair, I hereby prescribe Keir Starmer as officially a stupid jerk. JK, the real court found the ban to be unlawful. The government-controlled court overturned the ruling. The same thing happened with the Palestine Action activists. Yeah. Philip Blair, how can you fracture the spine of a person who's spineless? Good point. Good point. I know what I'm going to have for dinner when I'm done this. Some leftovers with a little added turkey bacon. Hello, Paige Larson. Welcome to the SandBox. Okay, and just scooching through some of these. Oops. Philip Blair, the Central Park exonerated 5, yeah. That Donald Trump put out a full ad saying they should be executed. Bad Lefty, imagine being a multimillionaire still streaming from your filthy bug-infested pigsty of a room. Yeah, I am dead-ass broke, but I shower and, you know, my place is messy, but it's not disgusting. You know, it's disorganized, it probably needs a good dusting, but I don't have rotting food. I clean the cat litter regularly. I do my dishes and laundry and stuff. Ugh. I can't imagine living like that and then showing the world I live like that. Like, what human being would ever want to have contact with someone that disgusting? JK, being from Northern Ireland, I've seen this before. Abuse of terrorism laws led to unjust sentences, internment, and shot and killed in a shoot to kill policy. Philip Blair, can't you still go to the UK via Dublin? I could probably get in through a roundabout way, but I could get caught while I was there too. So because that's the thing. If I say I support Palestine action here, that would still make me a criminal in the UK were I ever to go, which just seems so bizarre. Because I would love to go to Ireland for sure. Ireland and Scotland. Just something about those accents. Looney Tunes, you clean cat shit? I clean the litter boxes of cat shit. And yes, buy my book. So can't wait to get back to it. So can't wait. Okay, let's get back to it. I want to keep moving along because this docket is not terribly long. It's like an average sized docket, but There's a lot of cop stories I wanted to get to, and there's a lot of videos and stuff involved with that. So that docket, fairly long. This is the federal docket. So let's get this done. Because I am hungry, and I want to get to eating my leftovers. There we go. So Scott Robertson is quoting out this clip from Mark Carney. I don't need to read it because he does a good job of writing out what is quoted.
The mosaic doesn't dissolve, or Canada is a mosaic, not a melting pot. And this is a distinction that matters. Because a mosaic doesn't dissolve or blend its pieces. Each is stitched to each, and all the pieces hold all. And the beauty is in the arrangement, not in the blending.
I remember being taught this when I was a kid, and then I learned about First Nations and Indigenous peoples. Yeah. Forced assimilation. Canada is not a mosaic. But Mark Carney likes to go up on stage and say things like that because it makes him look good. It's the whole maple washed version of Canada that this government likes to sell to the rest of the world. We don't have a culture, we have a brand. And that's part of it. But make no mistake about it, this country is not a mosaic. If you don't get in line, you will be cast out, or you'll be forced to assimilate. Because here's Mark Carney again trying to talk about how inclusive this country is and how great it is to be Canadian and so on and so forth. And don't get me wrong, I am grateful to be Canadian. I understand completely because I do cover some international news. I have it a lot better here than I would in most other nations. I get that. However, it doesn't mean I can't criticize this country for the wrongs it's doing, and it's doing a lot of wrong. I have to call it out because this country isn't what it pretends to be. There is no American dream. There is no Canadian maple version. Like, this is all branding that they sell to the rest of the world. And I have a responsibility to call out this country for the wrong it's doing. So Mark Carney had tweeted this out. Openly queer Canadians have served as mayors, cabinet ministers, senators, and premiers. Because again and again, 2S LGBTQI plus people refused to accept a system that did not see you, hear you, or reflect you.
In 2005, Parliament passed the Civil Marriage Act, making Canada one of the first countries in the world to recognize marriage equality and make it the law of the land. We've continued to make progress in the years that followed. Openly queer Canadians have served and are serving as mayors, cabinet ministers, senators, premiers. Because again and again, 2S LGBTQI plus people refuse to accept a system that did not see you, hear you, or reflect you. Because brave individuals met discrimination with determination, adversity with resilience, and shame with pride.
So, what has he said about the absolutely horrific transphobic policies Danielle Smith has put through? He's met with her a bunch of times to talk about resource extraction, pipelines and data centers and all that sort of stuff. But has he pushed back against the transphobic laws that she's been passing? Has he said anything about Scott Moe using the notwithstanding clause to take away the rights of trans children? You don't get to go up there and say you're an ally or pretend to be an ally or brag about some of the things this country has done when you don't actually support us fully. You don't get to take credit for that. It's the queer people of this country who have fought to get what we have. You don't get to brag about it, Mark. You're doing nothing to protect us. And under his watch, our rights are backsliding. And I'm not the only one who kind of feels like he's a bit of a douche canoe. The Surf's just quote tweeting this clip saying, "Damn right." And yeah, just we need to see more of this. Mark Carney cannot be comfortable in public life when he's supporting a genocide, both, you know, in Gaza and First Nations here, because the genocides that are happening in Canada have never stopped.
Il y a près de 50 ans, le drapeau de la vérité.
Mark Carney, you are committing genocide against the indigenous people of Turtle Island. You're aiding and they're...
Whatever. No, he's committing genocide against the indigenous people of Turtle Island. He's continuing that legacy from the settler government that was put in place.
Il y a près de 50 ans que le drapeau... C'est le moment... merci beaucoup pour ça, mais c'est le moment de la célébration, c'est le moment de fierté. Il y a près de 50 ans, le drapeau de la fierté a été hissé pour la toute première fois.
There should be more than one person saying that at any given time whenever this man is in public. Because the person who is yelling that is 100% right. You're committing genocide against the indigenous people of Turtle Island. You are aiding and enabling genocide against the people of Lebanon and Palestine. Shame on you. So here's a tweet from Rachel Gilmore just saying, then why is he slashing environmental protections and penning deals to build new pipelines? You don't get to do this. You don't get to pursue policies you pursued and then speak to the world as if you care about the devastation and climate crisis. It's insulting to all of our intelligence. So here's just another example of Mark Carney selling this maple wash version of Canada to the world. Basically saying climate change is no longer a warning, it's here.
Climate change is no longer a warning, it's here. Last month, as you know and you felt, Ireland experienced its hottest May on record. In Canada last year, forests larger than Ireland burned in the drought and heat.
So those data centers that he wants to put in place, how is that going to help with the climate? How about all the pipelines that he wants? What is he actually doing to help with the climate? This is no different than his Davos speech saying, you know, talking about the New World Order. He's stating the obvious, but he's not going to do anything about it. In fact, he's doing things that would go against the obvious. We need to be combating climate change. He's doing things that will enable it, things like this. So Carney says feds are eliminating watchdog that oversees companies operating abroad. Critics say the office created under Trudeau lacked teeth. So Prime Minister Mark Carney says his government is eliminating a watchdog position responsible for investigating allegations of human rights violations committed by Canadian companies operating abroad. The Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, CORE, was introduced under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in 2019 to investigate potential abuses, including use of forced labor. But the Carney government said on Thursday that the role would be eliminated, suggesting that the office hadn't been effective. Thing is that offices don't tend to be effective when you underfund them and don't give them all the resources they need to actually do their job. Part of the government is to look at things and see whether or not they're effective and try to improve it, the Prime Minister said. Let's see if I wanted to go over anything else. So I'm backing this, like I'm putting this article right after his statement on climate change, because this is more than about human rights abuses. This position, the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, was specific to certain industries. And so CORE stands for Canadian Ombudsperson Responsible for Enterprise. We are a human rights ombudsperson, or ombud. We review complaints about possible human rights abuses by Canadian companies when those companies work outside Canada in the garment, mining, and oil and gas sectors. 60% of mining corporations around the world are Canadian owned. These corporations devastate the environment. They torture Indigenous peoples, displace them, murder them to get them out of the areas that they want to do resource extraction. They devastate the environment. And the people were supposed to, this ombudsperson was put in place so that these communities that were affected by this had someone that they could go to in the Canadian government to complain about it. Some of the most environmentally destructive sectors, that watchdog is now gone. How is that helping with the climate crisis? Oh, and then just incidentally, notice a complaint form not available. Yeah. Interesting timing in that one. The Green Party had something to say about that. They condemned Carney's government's decision to eliminate corporate accountability watchdog. The Green Party of Canada is condemning Carney's government decision to eliminate the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, the office created to receive complaints and examine allegation of human rights abuses and environmental damage linked to Canadian companies operating abroad. CORE has never been given the independence or power it needs to do its job properly, said Green Party leader Elizabeth May. The Green Party has long called for this office to be strengthened so it can actually investigate abuses, compel evidence, and deliver accountability. The solution to a flawed office cannot be simply to do away with it entirely. The CORE was created to help ensure Canadian companies, including mining, oil, and garment companies operating overseas, could be held accountable when communities and workers raise serious concern about human rights abuses or environmental harm. Civil society organizations have long warned that the office needed to be strengthened with real independence and investigative power. Instead of fixing CORE, the government left the office vacant and chronically under-resourced, and now it is using that failure as an excuse to shut it down entirely, said May. The government would rather cut CORE than invest the time, resources, and legal authority necessary to make it function as it should. So there's a little bit more to this statement. Well, actually a lot more, but you get the point. I'll put the rest of it into the SandBox so you can finish reading it if you wish. But yeah, this is one of the watchdogs put in place. I know Amnesty International fought hard for this position. Lots of petitions and stuff. The reason why I know about it is because I used to volunteer with them. Well, I volunteer with Amnesty International, and this was something that they were pushing for. So that's why I know that 60% of mining corporations around the world are Canadian owned because of the human rights violations that happened because of it. And so much like the healthcare system and the education system, they go underfunded to the point that they crumble and collapse, and then the capitalist governments, conservatives and liberals, will come in and say, well, we need to privatize it because it's not working. Well, that was the plan, to make sure it didn't work, so that they could just have an excuse for shutting it down or privatizing it. And just a little bit more on it. So the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, it was established in 2019. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover, actually. I don't think I need to go over any of the Wikipedia article on this. the office investigates suspected corporate ethics and human violations. The role is restricted to mining, petroleum, and clothing sectors. By May 2023, the Ombudsman was criticized for having submitted 0 reports to the International Trade Minister. At the time, CORE was looking into 15 matters, all of which were in the initial assessment phase of the investigation. Oh, right, I did want to go down here. Part of the reason why this might have been shut down, just saying, is you know how Mark Carney has been getting a cozier relationship with China? This is interesting. A little bit of a connection here. In July 2023, CORE launched its first investigation into Nike Canada and Dynasty Gold Corp, accusing both of exploiting Uyghur forced labor in Xinjiang. In August of the same year, CORE started investigating Ralph Lauren for using supply chain that included the use of Uyghur forced labor, and stated that it was looking into accusations that mining company Gobi Min did the same. Funny how that watchdog is being shut down after it was looking into forced labor of the Uyghurs in China. Again, this is why it's important to cover international news, because there's connections. I'm not saying that this position was closed entirely because it would benefit China, but I'm not saying it wasn't a factor. So now we're moving on to AI and the potential of a social media ban here in Canada. So the Surf's just saying, quote tweeting Mark Carney, saying it's not a conspiracy to say corporations control and dictate public policy, even if it harms society. And so Mark Carney says, AI that builds Canada strong for all, that is our mission. Canadians on a whole don't want this. This is not what they voted for. They did not vote to have a minister of AI while getting rid of the minister of inclusion and disability. This is a failing industry. AI is not what they pretended to be, and that bubble will burst, and then there will be nothing to replace it. So Avi Lewis, again, we have the potential of having a leader in this country who actually cares about what AI will do to the economy, how it will harm people, workers, how it will take away jobs, and then produce a lower quality product for everyone and output. But that's the thing. We are losing jobs all over the place, and there's nothing being replaced, and we don't have the social safety nets to keep people afloat during this. So Avi Lewis is pushing back on it.
We need to protect workers. We need incredibly strong guardrails and regulation in place. And the vast majority of Canadians agree that AI needs to be regulated. There's recent polling that suggests overwhelming support for AI to be rolled out with protections. We believe that there should be consequences for companies that lay off workers because of deploying AI, but we're just at the beginning of this rollout. So to hear it from the Governor General in her first speech was a reminder. I thought I saw some daylight between her remarks and the government's policy, which they call AI for all, but we call all in on AI, which is how they're rolling.
Yeah, the Carney government is just going forward with AI, even though it's not going to benefit the people. It's not what the people want. They're just doing it anyway because it benefits their class. So now we're getting into the social media ban. So the Surf's quote tweeting Keir Starmer saying too many people are watching genocide take place on their phones, so we must force the digital ID AI surveillance age. A lot of this, banning social media and stuff, it's going to be done by AI. What could possibly go wrong there? But this is Keir Starmer on his message saying we are banning social media access for under 16s. So this has already happened in Australia. And in my last live stream, I also mentioned that New Zealand was also looking at this. So is Canada. So these days, kids must find their feet in a world where technology intrudes into every area of their life. I can't just let that go on anymore. So we're giving children their childhoods back. David Dole of the Rational National also made a video about Canada's drive towards banning social media. I recommend people go to his channel and watch it. It was a really good video. Oh, but also very interesting that under this, we see this. Readers added context that they thought people might want to know. The UK government's careful review of the research found a small correlation between children's use of social media and well-being, but no evidence of a causal effect. There was, I don't know if I went to it or not already, but there was a, I might get to it. Oh, it's probably under that one. There's another community note.
It can harm. Every parent wants the best for their kids.
Okay, that's like nails on chalkboard. I can't hear any more of that. Social media, if used right, is a benefit to children, to give them access to information they wouldn't have necessarily had otherwise, to communities, like-minded people, like if they're queer or if they're dealing with trauma or abuse. It gives them a way to learn about it, to explore, to get help. All of that sort of stuff, to find friends and connections in a world where they might not otherwise get it. Banning social media for children is the wrong approach to the harm that some social media does absolutely do. That's on the companies to change the algorithms to make it so that they're not shoving the worst content down the throats of vulnerable people. Chatbots that influence children should absolutely be shut down. So we'll you see, because here's the thing. So Canada plans social media ban for kids under 16 in new online harms bill. So this again is happening here in Canada. So this is from Unusual Wales, just saying Canada is planning to propose a ban on social media for children under 16 as part of the online harms bill. The government gave notice it will introduce the bill to enact the Digital Safety Act and Digital Safety Commission Act, with Cultural Minister Mark Miller leading the way. The bill is also expected to require companies to mitigate harmful content. Why now? The Kearney government is facing growing pressure from child safety advocates and health organizations to strengthen online protections for minors, reviving efforts to advance under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So go after the corporations. You know, force the corporations to change their ways as opposed to making it so everyone has to give over their personal ID in order to access the internet. Because that's what this is. It's a way of forcing everyone to have to like give their government ID in order to, you know, do a YouTube channel or something of that sort. I would not say, so they say public opinion is firmly behind the idea. 3/4 of Canadians say they support a full ban on social media use for anyone under the age of 16. And among parents with kids in household, the support is as strong as 70%. Well, guess what, parents? You have the ability to do something about that. You can start by parenting your children. Also, there's been studies, and David Dole goes over this in his video, that 70% of children banned from using social media find workarounds. There was a Beaverton article, apparently, like Canada plans on banning social media for kids dumb enough not to use a VPN. This doesn't stop children from going online. And so then all the harmful algorithms that are out there will remain in place. It doesn't change anything. So Australia became the first country to do this, the pushback. Here we go. So research shows that many children have evaded the restrictions and still accessing social media in Australia. Critics also flag privacy concerns to age verification since platforms may need to request ID or apply age estimations tech on to comply using AI. So here is something interesting about the Canadians' version of this. The legislation is also notable for what it leaves out. While the legislation targets social media platforms, it is not expected to include similar restrictions on AI chatbots. So children will still have access to the AI chatbots, you know, the thing that really helped influence that mass shooter in BC. The thing that children are falling in love with and unaliving themselves. The thing that is causing a lot of mental harm to children. The chatbots, the AI chatbots, because this government loves AI more than it loves the children of this country. So that will still be allowed, but children will not be allowed to go on social media where they might be able to learn more about their gender and sexual orientation, or how to you know, get out of an abusive home and things of that sort, or just general education that they're not getting elsewhere. So here's Mark Carney with a statement on this. Today, our government introduced a legislation to protect our kids online. Canada's Safety Social Media Act will hold social media and AI platforms accountable to make them safer and restrict access to social media for children under 16. Of course, AI chatbots will not be included. More and more kids are suffering from anxiety, depression, self-harm, and exploitation. To keep our kids safe, we must ensure that our laws keep up with technology, which they are not doing. You go after the corporations, and this is a societal problem that needs to be looked at. The lack of social safety nets, the lack of jobs out there, the increased costs in education and healthcare and all that sort of stuff all contribute to the anxiety and depression and self-harm and exploitation of children. But here, again, community notes, saying similar laws elsewhere, Australia's attempts, have shown the same issue. Age gating often leads to ID biometric collection for everyone. And ultimately, so, let's see. Yeah, and ultimately a major privacy issue. But do you know what's interesting about this? Of all the provinces, of all of them to push back on this, we get Alberta. Alberta government not in favor of banning social media for kids. This is the same province that is banning books that might speak about queer relationships and things of that sort. They are banning books, but they're like, yeah, we shouldn't be banning that social media. How else are they going to get down that right-wing pipeline?
The UCP government says there are better ways to protect kids from online harms than banning social media.
I actually do agree with that.
The federal government is expected to introduce legislation this week that would prevent kids under the age of 16 from accessing certain online platforms. A source says the legislation will also create new rules for tech companies to reduce the risks of social media. Alberta's technology minister says the province will review the legislation. Nate Glubish says there should be more of a focus on empowering parents to protect their kids. One advocate says with 1 in 4 kids being bullied online, new rules are needed.
This legislation sends a very strong signal that this time of impunity.
This is a societal issue, the children being bullied. This is something that we need to, you know, talk to children about, teach them about, you know, what bullying does, look at the reasons why children are doing the bullying and all this. This is a societal issue. It cannot be fixed by banning vulnerable children from some of the only outlets they might be able to access for help.
for tech companies is over, that we will not allow this to happen. You know, I refuse to live in a country where every day our children are getting sick, injured, and dying because of social media and other digital harms. Those days are over, and this is time for real change for our children.
The federal conservatives say they support protecting kids, but they want to see the legislation before taking a firm position on it.
Sorry, I have a cat that is on top of my computer that I don't trust him there when this mic cord is attached there, and it might look a little bit too tasty for him. You can come up here, Lanier. People will want to see you. Come on. There we go. No. Don't just hint at coming up. Come on up. Come on. He might come up. So Frank Dominic is also talking about this. The federal government is planning on banning social media for kids under 16. Again, this will affect everyone. We'll have to give our government IDs to prove our age on here and all that sort of stuff. But let's see what Frank has to say about this.
Canada is banning social media for kids and teens under 16. And this ban will not include AI chatbots, but will include some regulation around AI usage. The government says the legislation will make social media services and AI chatbots safer for children. I think it's obvious why it's a priority. Kids are dying, according to the Canadian Identity Minister. And this is something that all major political parties and experts agree on. We need to have some form of social media ban for kids. And normally when you ban a product, it's because you assume that the product can never be made safe. And while the legislation has not been confirmed, it is assumed that there will be some type of independent body set out to enforce regulations for social media companies to follow. And there is hope that this upcoming legislation will also include age-appropriate measures to address products like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, etc. And
there is hope that it will include these things. There's no guarantee. Like, that's the thing that, and there's a lot of people out there right now that will be like, oh, well, the bill will do this and this and this and this, but that's just wishful thinking. We can't get by on just hoping the government is going to do the right thing about this.
Conservative critic for Canadian identity and culture said, to be honest with you right now, let's signal to the parents to do a better job, if you don't mind me saying. Following up with, we gotta teach the parents to parent. With NDP leader Avi Lewis saying that he absolutely believes in regulating tech companies, saying that he hopes that this bill reins in a business model that is addictive and exploitative by design, stating that Canada cannot allow an age verification process to become yet another massive data grab for big tech.
Correct. That is correct. We need to go after the corporations.
And this right here, I think this is a very valid concern. Social media bans for kids already exist in many countries. And we also ban kids from doing a lot of harmful things like drinking alcohol. But just like drinking alcohol, there will be ways for kids to get around these laws. So the government can't just stop at banning it. They have to make sure that we are educating the population, that we are educating parents, and that we are trying to find ways to mitigate harms. How do you feel about the social media ban? Are you in favor or against it?
Okay, just a little bit more to go on this topic. So this is the Canadian Civil Liberties Association warns against risks to freedom of expression and privacy posed by Bill C-34, the Safe Social Media Act. And so, yeah, those crackdowns that you see on protesters, there was somebody arrested in the UK, I think he was a teenager, for simply arranging one of these protests online. So this is a way of tracking and suppressing, you know, people like me, people who are trying to arrange protests or gatherings or, you know, things to push back against the government. This is absolutely a risk to our freedom of expression here and to our privacy. I don't want these corporations having access to all this information because, as we well know, those systems get hacked. Half the province of Alberta was doxxed not too long ago. Any system that gathers the government ID of everyone in order for us to access this is vulnerable to being hacked and all of that information being made public. So This is I'm just going to skip over the first paragraph here. Greater transparency and accountability from tech companies is long overdue, but that must come through clear targeted rules, not sweeping obligations and open-ended government authority over any regulated services, says Howard Spars, Executive Director at the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. A blank check for federal power is the wrong answer to a real problem. Bill C-34 introduces obligations which are so alarmingly broad that providers of regulated services will be tempted to overcomply at the expense of users' freedoms, expressions, and privacy rights, Spars said. So they think somebody's going to violate this. A provider thinks that somebody might violate this if they say something like this, so they just shut it down, like, you know, political YouTube channels. Bill C-4 also bans individuals below the age of 16. So this isn't just one thing in this bill. It's, again, the sweeping obligations and open-ended government authority to regulate services, as well as the ban of those below the age of 16. So bans individual below the age of 16 from regulated social media platforms unless the platform operator applies exemption from the new regulator can demonstrate it has adequate safeguards in place. Absent such exemptions, every social media user will be required to prove their age through age verification or age estimation tools. Bill C-4 should specify age-appropriate designs requirements that apply based on children's declared age, said Tamir Israel, Director of Privacy Technology and Surveillance at the CCLA, requiring social media platforms to adopt privacy by default prohibitions on profiling and limits on endless scrolling can provide important online protections for children and others. So my voice is about to give out and I still have a lot to go over, so tossing the rest of this in the sandbox for y'all to read at your leisure. Okay, just a little bit more to go in this one. So Justice for Center of Constitutional Freedoms tweeted this out. Bill C-34 creates a social media ban for Canadians under 16 at the expense of all Canadians' privacy. Section 26, 271 and 272 of Bill C-34 require that affected social media platforms implement age verification and age estimation measures designed to prevent a person under the age of 16 from being able to have accounts with or be otherwise registered with those social media platforms. And as David Dole has pointed out, children simply draw on a mustache or use an adult account or so many other ways. They lie about their age. There's workarounds. This doesn't ban children from it. They find ways around. Remember, they grew up with this technology. They know how to use it far better than their parents. This doesn't ban them. It just, you know, adds a little bit of a hurdle. And at the same time, because they didn't go after the corporations to fix their ways, they still are being exposed to the harms that these social media platforms do. So Bill C-34 requires that such measures must provide for the protection and eventual destruction of personal information that is collected for age verification or age estimation processes. It is not yet clear how this will be accomplished. What is clear is that these measures must be effective. Users commonly verify their age by submitting government-issued identification documents such as driver's license or passports. And the technology exists for social media platforms to estimate the ages of users through biometric data, example, face geometry, eye shape, skin elasticity, hairline, etc. Yeah, back when this was happening in the States for some things, when it came to having YouTube channels, I was asked to have my parents sign off on my YouTube channel. I don't trust this too much. And there's a lot of people who just simply don't look their age. So this age verification and age estimation monitoring will not be limited to Canadians under 16. For social media platforms to determine accessibility eligibility for any user, platforms will have to evaluate the access eligibility of every user. The goal of Bill C-34 is not merely to remove Canadians under the age of 16 from affected social media platforms, but to keep them off those platforms. To achieve this goal, social media platforms may be compelled to adopt ongoing age verification estimation measures to ensure continued compliance. So this wouldn't be a one-time thing. However, affected social media platforms satisfies these requirements. Bill C-34 fundamentally reimagines how all Canadians access social media. This bill deputizes affected social media platforms into forcing Canadians to surrender more data as a precondition of participation in the digital public square. This in turn raises serious concerns about Canadians' privacy rights and may engage constitutional protections against unreasonable search and seizure guaranteed by Section 8 of the Charter. Read the full text here, which I will toss into the SandBox for y'all, if you would like that resource. And one more clip on this, or tab on this. Could PM Carney's social media ban be derailed by Trump and big tech? I would imagine big tech would be against this because, you know, it benefits them to have a whole bunch of kids going down the right-wing pipeline and using social media in a very addictive sense. Actually, while this is playing, I'm going to grab another drink and maybe some food. So here you go.
The Safe Social Media Act, or Bill C-34, will force companies like Meta and X to block young users from having accounts.
We're failing our children. Enough is enough. The act will establish a minimum age of 16 to have a social media account.
Unlike Australia, this is not a total ban. Social media companies get an exemption if they put in sufficient safeguards, such as limiting children's exposure to high-risk interactions and pornographic content. The Liberals have promised since 2019 to pass online harms legislation. In that time, the issue has turned into a crisis.
We have also seen since 2020 a 300% increase in online luring of children. We have kids as young as 10, 11 years old coming into us in crisis.
And 5 months after Tumbler Ridge, where the shooter's use of ChatGPT was not flagged, Bill C-34 will also impose upon AI companies a duty to protect children. These measures have wide support.
Having legislation, an online harms bill with an attached regulator can provide a mechanism to hold these social media companies more accountable.
The Liberals under Mark Carney have backed off fights with U.S.-based big tech before. It repealed the Digital Services Tax and delayed implementing the Online Streaming Act. But the Culture Minister says this time it's different.
The priority is to protect kids in Canada. I think if you want to, that's not something you trade for.
Once the Safe Social Media Act is passed, it will take the government about 18 months to set up a commission to enforce the law. Companies that fail to abide by the rules could face fines of up to $10 million.
So, that was just some more information about the legislation. So minutes after he tabled the Safe Social Media Act, Mark Miller, the Canadian Identity Culture Minister, faced a packed room of reporters to defend the Liberal government's latest attempt to protect children from the dangers of the internet. Let's see. So compliance without enforcement. There are elements that may face some real trade pressure, says Michael Geist, Canadian Research Chair on Internet and E-commerce Law on the University of Ottawa. He's generally speaking a good resource on this one topic. I wouldn't trust him on anything else. He's somewhat of a Zionist. Geist says mandated age verification could violate privacy rights. He says the Culture's Minister expressed intent to ban in place before a new Digital Safety Commission is set up is also problematic. During Wednesday's news conference, Miller said that it's clear that social media companies would have to take appropriate measures to limit kids under 16 from opening social media accounts as soon as the law comes into force. However, he also acknowledged that it could take 18 months for the regulatory body to start operating. Under the legislation, social media companies could get an exemption from age restriction if they put in sufficient safeguards. American opposition. The Trump administration has recently signaled a willingness to fight social media bans in a submission to the United Kingdom during British consultations on a digital age consent. In their June 5th submission, U.S. officials expressed concerns about mandating specific product design restrictions and regulations that impose disproportionate compliance burdens on American companies or that apply to one platform but not similar services. So it will hurt the bottom line of corporations in America, so they're like, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. The response stated that the United States favors parental empowerment over government mandates and insists the platform should be incentivized to offer age-appropriate alternatives instead of outright bans. Guy says if the federal government moves ahead with proposed ban and starts targeting American companies, it's certainly possible the U.S. may object and Canada will face some real pressure at the trade table. Background information provided to reporters during a technical briefing on the Safe Social Medias Act referenced Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, as examples of companies that would be impacted by the new legislation. Other platforms which could also be impacted include Snapchat, Reddit, and TikTok. Big Tech responds. In a statement to CTV News, Meta, the world's biggest social media platform, said that, like lawmakers, it wants safe, positive online experience for young people, and it was assessing the new act. Yeah, we want it to be safe for everyone, just as long as we don't have to change our bottom line. A Meta spokesperson noted that social media bans are counterproductive, but these companies were encouraged by the government's recognition of services provide teens with sufficient safeguard. That's supposed to be an N right there. It's not T's, it's teens. As for TikTok, a spokesperson said the platform's teen accounts already have more than 50 preset safety and privacy settings. TikTok, one of the youngest skewing social media platforms, said in its statement that it is looking forward to collaborating constructively with the government on this issue. The Liberals under Mark Carney have previously backed off fights with American tech giants. The digital service tax, which forced companies such as Meta and Google to pay 3% of the revenues earned from Canadian customers, was repealed in June 2024. And so on and so forth. Yeah, so the states might actually save us on this one. Oh, we're in such a backwards world. Okay, so that is it for that. Oh, I can close that window too. So we have one more docket that has multiple things in it. That's also a tinge long, but there's some videos in it. A lot of videos in it, so that will help me out. So a couple of tiny stories, and then we get into multiple cop stories. So they're different stories, but they're all related to cops. But before we do that, we're checking the SandBox. Hopefully I still sound okay. I had to unplug my mic for me to be able to leave, as opposed to like taking it out of my shirt. Oh. Okay. Hello, Tom Trask. Welcome to the SandBox. Hey, everybody. Been lurking a bit, just saying hi before I go out to post-dinner walk. A fart walk, I'm told. Adding to pollution. I guess better out there. You see, that is why I like living alone, is that I can fart with freedom. I really can. Nobody looks at me cross-eyed when I fart here. People talking about Mark Carney's empty words. JK, the rules-based order is a con, but fuck it, I'm on a board. I'm on board, yeah. Talking about emojis. I don't get to see all of the emojis. Sometimes they just come out in words. Lefty, Ed Zitron was on MR today. Great interview. I caught that, and it was. Hello, the Wild West. Welcome to the SandBox. In Canada, the absolute minimum age to marry is 16, but anyone under 18 needs parental court consent, with provincial rules varying slightly. Okay. Philip Blair, that's a lie about public opinion. Yeah. I'm fairly certain that not as many people are on board with a ban of social media for children. And I think if people knew what was involved with it, far less would be on board with it. If they knew that it meant giving up all of their personal data to be online. Because that's the thing, they do these polls, but the polls don't actually reflect the issue at hand necessarily. It all depends on how it's worded. And so they could just say, oh, do you think it's a good idea for kids to get off social media? And it's like, yeah, sure. Then it's like, well, is it a good idea to do that if it means that you have to give up your government ID every time you want to access the internet? Oh. And that you need to use that if you want to do any of your adult sites? Oh. Lefty, did you know the main money backing these bans for kids is Zuckerberg and IG? Well, I would imagine that some of the social medias like TikTok and Twitter and stuff don't want the bans to go through because they make money off of the kids. But I could see something like Facebook, who's been accused of harming kids. Like Facebook and Instagram in particular have been accused of harming kids. And so I think they would rather have kids banned than have to change their systems, their algorithms and things of that sort. That instead of making them safe for kids, they'd rather just kick the kids off. The Wild West just banned X for everyone. Problem solved. Bring back old Twitter. Oh, my life changed for the better once I got onto social media. Philip Blair, no, that person's name just happened to be, their last name just happened to be Israel. Philip Blair, whenever age verification comes up, I move my VPN setting to a different place. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Atticus Among Us papers, please. Yeah. Okay. So I just have a couple of like provincial stories. They're not very long. And then a couple, and then a story related to trans folks. And then it's just a whole bunch of cop stories. So, there is this idea out there that Doug Ford is very similar to Donald Trump. And he's not exactly fighting that accusation. Wow. Just, yeah. There are reasons. There are absolutely reasons why people think this. So Tina Yazdani says, watch Premier Doug Ford calls new Angus Reid poll showing his approval ratings at an 8-year low fake. Again, I'm not a huge fan of polls, but doesn't that sound a little familiar? He also likes to talk about himself in the third person. Sandy has no idea why anyone would do that. He claims it oversimplified Liberal and NDP voters and internal polling, suggesting his government would still win a massive majority if election were held today. Yeah, I think he would win a majority because people won't go out and vote. But that's the thing. Getting the majority with 18% of possible voters, I don't feel like should be referred to as a massive majority.
I love this Angus Reid. They put this fake poll out. They poll the NDP and Liberal caucus. Our polling, along with other polling companies, show, since you brought it up, I don't like boasting and bragging, the election was held today.
Yeah, so they might have polled like the NDP and the Liberal caucuses, but when I ask all of my friends, they really like me.
At 41%, we'd win a massive majority once again. And I'll tell you the reason we'd win another massive majority is because we're creating jobs. We aren't raising taxes. We're putting money into people's pockets. We're seeing
doing the exact opposite of that.
Great economic growth. Folks, when the rest of North America, and believe me, we're in uncertain times, you see the job numbers come out in April, 42,000, which is spectacular on good times, and another 42,800 in May. And out of those jobs in April, 9,000 manufacturing jobs, and everyone thinks manufacturing's leaving, 12,000.
And he's not being accurate with those numbers, not to mention jobs that don't pay a living wage are not worth bragging about.
800 manufacturing jobs. And guess what? I put a tweet out there, not to poke President Trump, but he gets a little thin-skinned when I speak. But we created more jobs, 681%. Think of that, 680. I got a hold of their methodology once. Folks, they went into a hardcore. So, and as for that poll, they do it about twice a year. I got a hold of their methodology once. Folks, they went into a hardcore NDP neighborhood downtown. They didn't do it across. It's just little games, and then you guys run with it. So the truth of the matter is we'd form a massive majority if the election was held today.
That's not how these polls are actually run. They don't go to one party unless they're asking for a party's opinion. Like, of NDP voters who would approve of Doug Ford. No, polls like this, They try their best to actually make sure they get a broad range of people. But again, I don't like polls because, you know, oh, we polled 800 people and here are the results. No. Also, how was the question worded and all that sort of bullshit. But you see, the thing is also, I don't need a poll to know his approval rating is going down, that people are getting more and more upset with him. I don't need a poll for that because I live in this province. I know what's going on. And when he keeps on doing shit like this, it makes people not like him. So this is from CP24. Taxpayers will spend $200 million on new Ontario Place parking garage. Not on Ontario Place. Not that tourist attraction. No, no, no. This is just on the parking garage. Ontario taxpayers will spend $200 million on a new parking garage on Ontario Place, but the government says it will quickly generate tens of millions of dollars in annual revenue. Even if that was the case, it would still take a long time to pay off that $200 million. Tourism Minister Stan Cho announced today that the province has awarded $200 million contract to build a 5-story structure to Canadian company The government says the parking garage will have up to 3,500 spots, 680 electric vehicle charging stations, and so on and so forth. I don't give a fuck. How about housing? How about that? How about spend that money on actual housing? So the parking has been a particular lightning rod in broader controversy surrounding Ford's plan to redevelop the waterfront Ontario Place attraction. The Auditor General have found that the province is obligated to provide parking in its deal with the European company Therm to build a spa and water park there, and that the government proposed putting parking below and relocating Science Centre in order to dispel concerns. That area floods all the time too. I would not want to be parked underground there. Meanwhile, so somebody pointing out again that the Garage Mahal at Ontario Place will cost $198 million or $200 million, depending on how you're rounding. And Harmadur is just saying a province where ER rooms have wait times in excess of 24 hours. OSAP loans to college students have been slashed and transferred to shady private career colleges, where teachers are being laid off, schools being closed, where wait times for long-term care homes is a decade long. Our premier is building a garage mahal worth $198 million for a private company, which was bankrupt, whose 99-year lease is secret. Welcome to Canada's conservative model of governance. Yeah. Okay, so moving into another story now, based in Alberta. Content warning, it's talking about suicide. But I do have some things that I wanted to say about this. And so Bev had tweeted out this TikTok saying, what do conservatives have against people with disabilities? In Ontario, Doug Ford calls them lazy and tells them to get a job. In Alberta, Danielle Smith destroyed disability support, and an Albertan man took his own life as a direct result. And so here's the thing. I have not heard Doug Ford call people with disabilities lazy directly. He has said people on Ontario Works are lazy. But what he tends to overlook or doesn't care is that a lot of people on Ontario Works should be on disability, but they're denied that coverage. And so in an indirect way, he's calling some people with disabilities lazy. But when it comes to people who are on disability, he doesn't necessarily call them lazy. But also here in Ontario, our disability support is being destroyed as well. So it's a little bit of here and there. And to say that somebody, like, An Albertan man took his own life as a direct result. It would have been a factor, but not the only factor, because when I get to that point where I might do that sort of thing, the thing that sets it off is not the reason I did it. My mind was already gone, and that was just the final straw. But, that wasn't the reason it happened, that there were already all these other factors in place that set it up to happen. So, to say that this person took his life as a direct result, I'd have a hard time backing that without a lot more evidence. Because even at the end, if they say that it was because of this, to take your own life over one thing, no. It's been a buildup of many, many things. And that was just the last thing that was on their plate.
What do conservatives have against people with disabilities? Now, there is a fucking uproar, justified, because an Albertan man, Bruce Johnson, committed suicide. And he said it was directly because of Danielle Smith and the UCP fucking up disability.
He says the new program has pushed me to end everything. It wasn't the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. It was an anvil.
And the thing is, like, with that, like, watching that, it's like, yeah, that's what they do. That's how I read these stories. We are so used to conservatives being so fucking evil to vulnerable people that I saw this and was like, yep, that tracks. That's so disgusting. Like, what do they have against people with disabilities?
Yes, conservatives are really bad on this issue. But do you know who else is? Liberals. This isn't a conservative issue. It's a conservative and liberal issue. Because under the liberal government, we have made medical assistance in dying. And under the liberal government, that has been made more accessible than the supports people with disabilities need in order to have a decent quality of life. Now, it has not yet been expanded to people whose sole condition is mental health, but it has been expanded to people whose feels like their life is intolerable due to disabilities. And I don't want to mislead people by saying it's an epidemic, but there have been some cases, and any one case is too many, of people who have been granted MAID, gone through with it, but didn't want to, but couldn't get the supports they needed in-home, care-wise, medication, to live a decent quality of life. That's the liberals. It's not just the conservatives. You can't blame the conservatives solely for this. The liberals also are at fault for this situation. The liberal government could be doing more to help people with disabilities as well, but they choose not to. In fact, the Carney government is cutting back on disability supports. So, yeah.
Let's start with like physical disabilities. Someone who is born with a disability, they cannot function as well in society as other people. They need help from the society, from the government. That is why the fucking government exists. It's to help support the people, especially the most vulnerable. But conservatives have made it normal for them to say, fuck those people. Fuck them. They're not like us. And then at the same time, they say they should work. They should be working. They literally can't work.
And again, part of my issue with medical assistant dying MAID is, what does it communicate to people? People with disabilities. When the government, so in particular when it comes to mental health being the sole reason to apply for it. Again, that has been pushed back, but it's still on its way to becoming a reality. What does that communicate to people with mental health issues when the government will make it so that we can apply for MAID before mental health is included in the Health Care Act. Mental health is not treated the same as physical health in this country. So when it comes to communicating to us that we are worthless, that we don't deserve to be here, that we're a burden to society, that is what the government is communicating to us. And that is the federal liberal government at this moment that is communicating that to us. That they would rather make made accessible to people with mental health issues than actually include it in the Health Care Act.
They literally cannot work, and conservatives say, these people are fucking lazy. What is that? What in people's fucking heads makes them think that that is the right course of action to take the already dwindling money that these people get and fucking rip it from them? It's insane. In Ontario, Doug Ford is closing the last supervised consumption facilities where people can safely take drugs off the street because Doug Ford is a conservative. And he looks at people with disabilities, like addiction problems, and says, fuck you, get your shit together. Conservatives want to punish the wrong people. I think they look at this now as woke. Helping people with disabilities, people who are less advantaged than them, they're fucking straight white asses.
So again, I'm not disagreeing with a lot of what this guy is saying. I'm just saying he should probably be including the liberals with this. It's not just conservatives, it's also the liberals.
They look at that as woke. They're like, well, we can't be giving government handouts to our citizens who literally can't work and rely on this money to survive.
Also keep in mind that in BC with the NDP government, they're also cracking down on things like supervised consumption sites and forcing people into mental health treatment and addiction treatment. It's not just the conservatives.
This is what fucking happens. People die because of the evil that is conservative governing. But what do they have against them? Like, what is it? And then why do conservative voters and supporters look at it and say, yeah, fuck those people? What is that? First of all, it is proof that conservatives cannot govern. They just can't. They take money from disabled people and they give it to fucking rich white people. American rich white people, too. What is that? Why do people think this is okay? It's not fucking okay. They are pushing vulnerable groups to the limits to the point where they are killing themselves. How do they think that's okay? I think it's because they're just fucking evil. That's it. That's me. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think about that for most of the government. So again, I don't necessarily think he was wrong in a lot of his commentary, just it's not just the conservatives. The conservatives might be the worst out of the bunch, but it's not just them. And so the breakdown, they cover Albertan politics specifically. They're on Twitter, a great account to follow. They also have their own podcast and YouTube and stuff of that sort. So they were also made aware of this. And they have a thread on this that I'd just like to share. So they say, just, trigger warning that's talking about harm and suicide. Earlier today, we were provided a copy of the suicide note left by someone who has spent a lifetime struggling with mental health and physical disabilities. We will not be sharing it. We would like to explain why. To start with, it is irresponsible and harmful to speak in any way about disabled Albertans as a monolith and homogenous group. Every disabled Albertan is unique and faces unique obstacles and challenges. While there is for sure all kinds of overlap in experiences, particularly navigating the system that is increasingly not supportive but rather adversarial, each person is unique. The letter that was sent out is an absolutely heartbreaking read and paints a picture of an individual whose life was marred by mental health challenges, social isolation, and trauma. Our choice not to publish the letter is in no way to diminish what this individual was forced to navigate. The impact of the callous and thoughtless way that the current Alberta government has managed supporting disabled Albertans also cannot be understated for this individual and countless other disabled Albertans. The fear is real, the despair is real, the sense of hopelessness is real, and all of these things have been exacerbated by choices made by the government that are simultaneously deliberate and utterly thoughtless. Here at the breakdown, we completely reject the notion that a human being value and worth are defined by their economic output or economic productivity. Every life has inherent value. It is profoundly tragic that there are those in society who choose to apply economic validators to human existence, particularly human beings who face obstacles and challenges that far exceed what most non-disabled individuals face. We simply can't risk reinforcing in any way that value of human life is defined by their economic output, particularly at a time when so many disabled Albertans are so distraught. Let's be clear. Disabled Albertans are not failing or failures. The government of Alberta is failing them. The consequences of this government's policies are not reflective of the value of disabled Albertans. They are only reflective of this government and its values. From all of us here at the Breakdown to disabled Albertans and everyone feeling the shock of this tragedy, you are not worthless. You have immeasurable value. Please don't give up. We need everyone in the fight for this province. We believe it's entirely possible to honor the tragic passing of this person without amplifying the perception that life only has value when it produces for the economy, and that is why we will not be publishing the letter. This is also not to absolve anyone from responsibility of initiating policy choices that have dropped anvils on the backs of people for whom every day is a struggle. We will continue to do all we can here in our own very small way to hold those people to account. Our most sincere condolences to all those reeling from the loss of Bruce Johnson. That pain and loss only underscores, though, every life matters and makes its mark. That was a really good thread from them. And I really appreciate that. Okay, on to the next tragic subject. So this is from Pink News. Trans woman faces felony trial after drawing firearm during alleged anti-LGBTQ attack. The states are fucked up when it comes to self-defense. And more of this is going to be happening. And this is the same type of thing that when women fight back against their abusers, they're more likely to get a longer jail sentence. So, you know, a wife has been abused, they shoot their husband in self-defense, they would get a longer, you know, sentence than their husband would have ever received, even for killing them. Well, now, if you're trans and you defend yourself, you could be facing jail time. And when you're put in jail in the States, and you're put into the wrong gendered jail, they will be faced with horrendous abuse, torture, sexual abuse, forced detransition, depending on what state they're in, all for the crime of defending themselves. A Wyoming transgender woman is facing 2 felony charges after drawing a firearm during an altercation she says began with an anti-LGBTQ+ and anti-trans slur. So, in a country that loves their guns, well, not for everyone. Rihanna Kovler, a bartender and trans rights advocate in Laramie, has been charged with aggravated assault and possession of a deadly weapon with unlawful intent after a 13 September 2025 confrontation outside the Crowbar Grill where she worked. Kevlar could be sentenced up to 15 years in prison if convicted on both charges. Kevlar says one man in a group of men across the street from her started shouting homophobic and transphobic insults at her before the man allegedly shoved her to the ground in a downtown crosswalk, as reported by the Lemire Reporter. Surveillance footage reviewed by investigators reportedly showed Kevlar being pushed to the ground before she drew a handgun, racked it up to put a live round in the chamber, and pointed it at the man. Kevlar has maintained that she never intended to fire the weapon, saying the safety remained engaged and her finger was not on the trigger, and that she drew the firearm because she feared for her safety after finding herself alone, injured from landing on her tailbone and facing multiple people. At a preliminary hearing on 26 May in Albany County, an Albany County judge ruled that prosecutors had shown enough evidence for the case to move forward to district court. Kevlar's attorney argued that her actions were protected under Wyoming law, which permits the use of reasonable force in self-defense. So she didn't even shoot him. She didn't injure him. Prosecutors counted that the evidence met the threshold required to pursue felony charges, with the judge noting that Kevlar's self-defense claim can still be argued at trial. The case has drawn attention because the man who allegedly pushed Kevlar to the ground has not been charged. Kevlar, who has previously spoken out against anti-trans legislation in Wyoming, says she plans to continue the fight in charges and hopes the legal process will ultimately show that her actions were a response to a credible threat. My hope is that the truth of the situation prevails, Kevlar told the Lamar Reporter. My hope is that I am found not guilty and that we get to pursue genuine justice for what happened to me. Just absolutely horrifying what's going on to trans folks down in the States. But as I've warned over and over again, when one country pushes through sorts of right-wing agenda anti-trans legislation, or what you see in the UK with the suppression of free speech and whatnot, these things expand to other right-wing countries, or countries that are going down that right-wing path. Because here, I've already covered lots of times on this channel about how in the UK, the courts have ruled that a person is defined by the gender that they were assigned at birth, and that it can't be changed, and so on and so forth. So women-only area cannot accept trans women. Men's-only area cannot accept trans men. They're being kicked out of organizations, being ostracized, not allowed to use public services in the same way, all of that sort of stuff. Well, New Zealand is now looking at that like, yeah, maybe we should follow suit. So please retweet. The legislation defining men and women amendment bill has had its first reading by the New Zealand government. If passed, women and men by law will be recognized by their biological sex. This will jeopardize safety for trans, non-binary, and intersex people. I ask that everyone, especially Kiwis, please leave a submission opting against this bill. Spread awareness as much as you can. Submissions close July 2nd, midnight. I know many of you followers outside of New Zealand, so I ask, especially during Pride Month, to please share around as much as you can. Queer people like myself deserve a safe space and full rights regardless of gender. Don't let your voices go unheard. And so this is the article. I'll toss the link into the SandBox. And I'll also toss this into the SandBox, the submission guide for people in New Zealand. And retweet. So if you know anyone in New Zealand, please make them aware of this, because this is important to make sure it's not enacted. It doesn't go in place. It's already been horrific for the people in the UK. This can't start spreading to other countries, because again, the more it happens, the more it will spread, like a cancer in this world. Okay, so now we're going to get into the cop stories. But before we do that, I want to check the SandBox, so I don't get too far behind in that. Synonymous content warning, Alberta. Yeah, pretty much. And welcome to the SandBox. Synonymous got one of those disgusting new anti-poor people forward propaganda ads before the stream. Ouch. Oh. Looney Tunes also saying content warning, Alberta's usual racist antics and mentions of suicide. If you or someone you know has thoughts of suicide, please call or text 988. Philip Blair agree with what New York City Mayor I don't know how to say that name, said of jobs that don't pay a living wage. An industry that cannot pay its worker a decent living wage has no right to exist. Yeah. Atticus among us, it's really one thing. Yeah. Synonymous saying the straw that breaks the camel's back is still the direct cause. If it wasn't that, it would have been whatever the next thing was. Like, that's the only thing that I'm going to push back on, is that when somebody's primed in that position, it's whatever is next. So if it wasn't that pressure, it would have been something else. Like, for me to be set off, I wouldn't say that a bad conversation on the phone with Bell Canada is what caused me to want to unalive myself, but that was the final straw. But I would never say that that was the reason. And had me go into a meltdown type thing. Like, that wouldn't have been the reason. It was just the next reason needed for me to have that meltdown. Synonymous, he'd probably be alive if the government wasn't evil. Yeah, and if there were enough supports out there for people who are dealing with these mental health issues, and the pressure is taken off, then there is a very good chance he would still be alive. But when everything just keeps on compiling over and over and over and over again. So I'm not saying that the government of Alberta is guilt-free of it, but it's hard to say with this one individual case that they were the only thing directly responsible, because you could also put the federal government in that category for not including mental health in with the Health Care Act, making it so much more difficult for people with mental health issues to seek out and get the help that they need. So this is definitely like exacerbated by the government's lack of policy when it comes towards people with disabilities and mental health issues. Let's see. Philip Blair, has every Canadian been screened for autism spectrum and other differences that could be addressed that would transform their lives? No. No. Again, mental health, not covered under the Health Care Act. Also, I was never diagnosed with autism or ADHD or OCD when I was a kid. Dyslexic, my mom knew, but I was still never actually diagnosed with it. Instead, I was just put in special ed and told I was stupid. Philip Blair, social isolation does not exist in Indigenous communities that empires have not disrupted. Social media, like one of the downsides of social media, especially the way that these corporations run it, does isolate people from actual human contact and community, and that is harmful in so many different ways. Like, again, I'm not against social media, but the way that these evil corporations are running it, yeah, that's problematic. jet so they don't charge the person who did the actual assault. That's literal discrimination. Yeah. The Wild West self-defense is only for when a black kid rings your doorbell. Yeah. Bad lefty, if you lay hands on a lady, you can't cry. When you get what you get, I suppose. Deserve. There we go. Jed, that's horrible, Sandy. They should have never said you were stupid. I was put in special ed. Philip Blair, imagine going for help for PTSD to a person you've never met before at a place you've never been to before. For the first thing the PTSD specialist therapist says to you is, you're 5 minutes late. Yeah. No, I've gone to many counselors or clinics or places to try to get help, and they have literally told me I'm too messed up for them to help me with. That my issues were beyond their scope type thing. Yeah. Anyway, I have a bunch of cop stories that I wanted to get to. And hopefully get done before 5 hours. So there was just a whole bunch of cop stories recently in Ontario, and not just Ontario, but also Montreal. A couple cops were recently killed here in Ontario. People die on the job, but they rarely ever get the same level of attention as these cops did. Which, yeah, there's some points to be made about that, but let's get into it. So an 18-year-old man faces murder charges following death of OPP constable.
Ali was living his lifelong dream of being a police officer when he was killed in the line of duty Tuesday. He was 29 years old and just 2.5 years on the job.
He was very well liked by his colleagues and by the community, and clearly very loved by his family, and he'll be dearly missed.
Bali died while conducting an investigation near Hearst, Ontario. The OPP say he and other officers had been trying to stop a vehicle driven by an 18-year-old man who had escaped from a Northern Ontario hospital.
The accused fled from a hospital where he was being assessed under the authority of the Mental Health Act, and his officers attempted to safely.
And most people that are unalived by the cops are struggling with mental health issues.
Apprehend the accused. Our officer was struck by a motor vehicle and killed while that motor vehicle was being driven by the accused.
18-year-old Justin Verono is facing 6 charges, including first-degree murder, assaulting police, and resisting arrest.
So this 18-year-old who was in mental health crisis, chances are the police weren't trained to deal with it. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but they're now facing first-degree murder charges because he was a cop. Any other situation? Maybe not.
Line of duty deaths do occur, and they're very tragic. The impact is lasting and devastating for the families, the colleagues, and the entire policing community.
Constable Bali grew up here in Brampton. He was assigned to Central Ontario's Dufferin Detachment in...
Okay, we don't need to know those details. So, police have confirmed additional charges against an 18-year-old man following the death of the OPP officer on Tuesday. So he died after being struck by the vehicle. So the person is facing charges of first-degree murder, dangerous driving, flight from police, assault of a peace officer, and resisting arrest. OPP says the accused had fled from the hospital where he was being held under Mental Health Act prior to the incident. So somebody struggling with mental health issues approached by the police who probably aren't trained to deal with it. This is part of the reason why we say the police need to be defunded, is that way the money can be moved towards people who are actually trained to deal with people going through mental health crises. Let's see. Just talking more about him, but that's because I wanted to get to this one. So Mark Carney had tweeted out about this, saying this morning, oh, this is a different one. So again, there was 2 police officers recently killed. So this morning, a Toronto police officer, Constable Mark Pinzotto, was killed in the line of duty. Now, you might remember from earlier in this stream, I showed a clip of a politician here in Canada that was trying to use the death of this police officer as a way to stoke up anti-Muslim hatred by claiming the person who killed him was Muslim when he was not. And even if he was, that's no reason to blame all Muslims for that death. So he was killed in the line of duty. This tragedy follows the death of OPP Constable Turan. On Tuesday, Canada mourns the losses of these brave officers who dedicated their lives to protecting their communities. My prayers are with their loved ones, their fellow officers, their communities in this time of grief. Now, I'm not saying that these deaths are good, but I also, the amount of attention they get versus, you know, everyone else. So annual workplace death in Canada remains high, says study. Persistent workplace fatalities in Canada. USW leader says, listen to the workers. And so these officers will get far more attention than this. The issues around why there's so many deaths in the workplace will not be addressed. The corporations that are causing these deaths won't be cracked down on. But all of this attention is given to these 2 police officers for dying while doing their job. And that is part of the risk that they literally signed up for, whereas a lot of these workers did not sign up for that risk. So Canadian workplaces are still seeing hundreds of fatalities each year despite decades of new regulations and safety knowledge. According to the University of Regina's 2025 report on work fatalities and injury rates in Canada, 1,056 workers died from work-related causes in 2023, and the number is not declining. The report also notes that Manitoba continues to have the highest 5-year lost time injury rate among large provinces, and that occupational disease fatalities are rising in several jurisdictions. This reality is pushing unions and safety advocates to call for more aggressive investigation practices that prioritize safety and accountability. I'll put the rest of this into the SandBox so that you can read it, but the main point is Mark Carney doesn't care about all of these people. Where is him speaking out about this? Where is him giving his thoughts and condolences to the families and co-workers of the people who were lost in the line of doing their job? But police officers that signed up to put their lives in harm's way, well. Also, Canadian police-involved deaths in December 2025. 9 more people were killed during interactions with the police in December, bringing 2025's total to 94. The majority of these people will be Indigenous or people of color and be suffering from mental health issues. At least 9 people were killed by police in December 2025. This means that at least 94 people were killed by cops this year. Now, did you see Mark Carney come out and talk about the people who were killed by cops? Give condolences to their families? So just going over when the people died. In 2024, at least 100 people were killed in police altercations. There were at least 97 police-involved deaths in Canada in 2023, while in 2022 there was at least 117 police-involved deaths. 6 of the victims in December were shot and killed. 2 victims, both women, were killed by police vehicle strikes, both in the Surrey Police Services, within the space of only 11 days. Those were all Indigenous people. I remember covering that story when it happened. That in 11 days, multiple Indigenous folks were killed by police. So I will put the rest of this into the SandBox for people. And Terrell Tailfeathers just pointing this out. Quote tweeting this critical criminology, saying more people have been killed by cops in the last decade than the total number of cops killed in the entire history of Canada. And Terrell pointing out, guess which 2 groups are disproportionately affected? People of color, Indigenous peoples, and people with mental health issues. So, there are issues with police services all across this country. So we just went over that, yeah, the police are responsible for a lot of death in this country. Guess what you do? Yeah. So more people have been killed by cops in the last decade than all cops. Well, I have covered this multiple times, and they've been different stories. So this person is just tweeting out, there's a deeply troubling and systemic problem in Canadian policing. In Ottawa, another officer is suspended for improperly accessing databases that officers on the force have used to stalk women. This is terrifying. And so Tara is just pointing out, with Bill C-22, platforms and telecommunication companies, Bell, Rogers, etc., will be forced to store up to 1 year of your data. Imagine what cops will be doing with it then. This problem hasn't been going away. It's continuing. There is just something fundamentally wrong with the police forces across this country in how they operate, who gets, who applies for it, who gets accepted, what they're allowed to get away with, the pedestals that they're put on by the politicians when they are horrendously corrupt. These are people that are allowed to commit crimes, as in assaulting peaceful protesters, abusing them. Do you think many of these cops were actually charged with killing people? It's just in the line of duty. Yet they're also extremely protected. If you do a harm against a police officer, you get cracked down on far more severely than if it had just been another civilian. So they get away with committing actual crimes. And even things like this, with police officers in Ottawa, which seems to be a really bad place for this, stalking women, the most they see are suspensions or demotions. Paid suspensions, demotions, which still allow them to make over $100,000 a year. So a little bit more. Ottawa police officers suspended due to disciplinary investigation. Suspension comes as several officers have faced charges over inappropriate database searches. A constable with the Ottawa Police Services was suspended 2 weeks ago due to an ongoing disciplinary investigation involving allegations of inappropriate database searches, CBC News has learned. The officer was suspended with pay on May 28th, the force confirmed in a statement last week. And I'm just going to put the rest of this into the SandBox because we have seen this story before, even though it was different cops. Well, instead of, doing something about it, cracking down on the officers, Ottawa police chief tells officers to Just stop it. Would you quit it? Can you just, you change your behavior or you quit, because I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to fire you. So could you just maybe lean off of the whole stalking women and searching database thing? Because it's making us look really bad.
Tonight with a stark message from Ottawa's police chief to members of the service. In an internal video provided to CTV Ottawa today, he warns some officers need to change their behavior or quit. This comes after a string of sexual misconduct investigations within the workforce. CTV's Josh Morano joins us now with more on this, Josh.
Yeah, Patricia, the 7-minute-long video was sent to members last month. Chief Eric Stubbs acknowledges what he calls a pattern of behavior within the service and warns officers that misconduct toward women will no longer be tolerated.
I want to have a serious and an uncomfortable conversation with all of you.
The message from
His voice sounds computer generated. AI computer generated. There's just something about it that it sounds like a smoother Stephen Hawking's. I can't unhear it. It's like a smoother of that voice.
Conversation with all of you.
The message from Ottawa's police chief, Eric Stubbs, is clear.
Change your behavior now or quit. Leave.
In an internal video obtained by
Yeah, just change your behavior now or quit. Yeah, we're not going to do anything about it. We're not going to change how we run services. We're not going to do investigations. We're not going to fire people. It's on you, the bad guys, to do the right thing. Because if that was their mentality, they wouldn't be doing it in the first place. But they joined the cops so that they could actually get away with this sort of shit.
CTV News Ottawa, Stubbs acknowledges and calls out sexual misconduct within the Ottawa Police Service, which he says has been ignored for too long and needs to be confronted head on.
This is not about an isolated incident. It's about a pattern of behavior that we've seen in the last few years, and it has to shift quickly in the other direction.
The chief
So what are you going to do about it?
outlining several examples, including officers allegedly using police databases to obtain information about women they encounter in public.
Externally, members are using our databases as their own way to meet women. Seeing a woman at a coffee shop, coming out of a gym, driving next to them, getting their license plates and running them on the system. We've seen members messaging vulnerable victims on calls that they've attended in an attempt to develop an intimate relationship.
The comments follow several recent incidents.
Hey, I know you were just assaulted and stuff, and I showed up to your apartment after the fact when I couldn't do anything, but I was just wondering, you up to anything tonight? Again, this idea of oh yeah, police are using database searches for inappropriate reasons. Okay, then what the fuck are you going to do about it? Other than tell them, don't. That's not going to dissuade anyone.
Involving Ottawa police members, including an officer charged in an intimate partner violence investigation and another demoted for improperly accessing police databases.
This is a coordinated, systematic targeting of women. It's really predatory and it is extremely dangerous. We are not safe.
Advocates say more action is needed to address the issue.
It's good that they're acknowledging it, but they need to go a step further. Survivors, women, are currently not safe in this system.
The chief says members must decide whether they'll be allies who speak up or a part of the problem by remaining silent when misconduct occurs.
I think they already made their decision on that one. I think that the cops doing this, and the cops who know that the cops are doing this, I think they've already made their choice.
We believe there is a clear need for OPS leadership to acknowledge that this issue remains present and to speak openly about it. Silence or minimization only allows the behavior to continue. And of course,
Stubbs says a letter from women within the service was sent to senior leadership, saying sexual misconduct has been too often ignored, tolerated, and in some cases celebrated. The chief is expected to provide an update to the board next week on steps being taken to strengthen prevention, reporting, and accountability and workplace culture.
That's not it. That's not all. No. So, That was Ottawa. That was Toronto with the 18-year-old who struck and killed the police officer. I believe it was Toronto anyway. But Montreal. The fuck? Hair as trophies. Officers suspended and reassigned. What we know about Montreal's police racism and scandal. So 16 officers are involved with this. They would cut off the dreadlocks of Black people and keep them as trophies. So 16 officers are under scrutiny and 2 have been suspended as police look into allegations of racist conduct. And this is from the Gazette. Montreal police are grappling with one of the most serious racism scandals in the force's recent history, prompting an internal crackdown and referral to prosecutors. Here's what we know so far. 2 officers from Montreal North Patrol have been suspended while 14 others have been reassigned or relocated pending the outcome of internal investigation. Fadi Dar, chief of Montreal Police, announced at a late-night press conference Friday. When they reassign them or relocate them like that, that just sounds like one of those pedophile priests in the Catholic Church. Yeah, we just moved them. It doesn't really solve the problem of their racism. It just means that they can be racist somewhere else. One file has been referred to Quebec prosecutors for review, he added. The force launched an internal probe in March after receiving information about unacceptable behavior involving members of patrol team based at Station 39 in Montreal North, Dar said. The officers under scrutiny are said to be predominantly young male constables with 3 to 4 years of experience. Investigators are examining claims that Black people and individuals of Arab origin were disproportionately targeted in the district's diverse neighborhoods. Some of the officers are alleged to have made racist remarks, according to witness testimony gathered during the probe. Members of the team also allegedly collected pieces of locks, also called dreadlocks, cut from the apprehended men and kept the hair as trophies, according to reports by La Presse and Radio Canada. Dar declined to confirm or deny the latter allegation Friday night, but added that the hair cutting is part of the investigation and therefore could not be commented on at the time. The SPVM reiterates that racism, discrimination, or other unacceptable behavior is not tolerated within the organization, Dar said. He praised officers who came forward with information that triggered the investigation. While this situation is deeply troubling, the SPVM acknowledges the courage of the officers who reported the facts and those who conducted the investigation. Asked why he was holding a press conference at 10:30 p.m. on Friday, Dar says the officers had only been suspended earlier that evening and he could only announce the suspensions and relocations after they happened. Both Montreal Mayor I'm going to be talking about them in just a minute. Okay, an investigation is underway and we'll await the results. Okay. So the police are conducting an internal investigation, which remains ongoing. Yes, the police are going to investigate themselves. What could possibly go right with that? In a statement Saturday, the Montreal Police Brotherhood, that's a sentence, took note of the allegations. That just, Montreal Police Brotherhood. Might be some racism going on around there. Its president, Yves Francoeur, said that what is alleged is totally unacceptable and shocking. The statement added that the presumption of innocence applies to members and that the vast majority of Montreal's 4,600 police officers act with full respect in accordance with professional standards. You know what? It's one of those things. And 16 officers might be involved with this. A whole hell of a lot more knew it was going on. So here is the mayor of Montreal North. So I just want to make clear, there's a mayor of Montreal and a mayor of Montreal North. The mayor of Montreal North is where this incident happened. This is from Global News, and she's talking about this.
During her first public comments since the allegations emerged late Friday night, Montreal North Mayor Christine Black became emotional.
Il y a beaucoup de frustration, puis je le comprends.
There are a lot of frustrations, and I understand. We work so hard to improve relations between residents and police, and it feels like we're going backwards. Adding, it's difficult and discouraging for the population.
Ça, c'est très difficile pour la population. C'est très décourageant.
Her comments come after an entire night patrol unit comprising 16 officers at Station 39 in the city's North End was completely dismantled on Friday amid serious racial profiling and discrimination allegations, including reports some officers may have cut off dreadlocks to keep as some sort of trophy. City officials are expecting the coming weeks will be difficult as they work with the community to rebuild trust.
We need to listen to what these organizations live through every single day.
Organizations and community members in Montreal North have long raised concerns about police street checks and racial profiling.
If we're not talking about redistributing resources or withdrawing powers that the police use in racially disproportionate and abusive ways, then we are saying that what happened and what was revealed in this story is perfectly fine.
Concordia University researcher Ted Rutland says recent studies show street checks often are a result of an abuse of power.
We could easily withdraw that power, which is very much implicated in this case, and it would improve public security and it would reduce racial profiling.
A demonstration is scheduled to take place Monday evening in front of Station 39.
Okay, so that was about Montreal North Mayor, just a little bit more information on the story. But you know what? Racism totally unacceptable, says Montreal Mayor after 2 police officers suspended. So this is the mayor of Montreal speaking right now about how, this is totally unacceptable from the police. Mayor of she thinks this is unacceptable.
A few words in English. The information made public by the SPVM yesterday night are extremely troubling. And let's be clear, any form of racial profiling, discrimination, or violence is totally unacceptable. The actions have no place in Montreal, and especially no place in our society, and especially no place in our institutions. The Chief of Police, Fadi Daguerre, has informed me of the situation, and I know the investigation is underway. We must allow the investigation to proceed, but let me be clear, we will be asking all the questions that are necessary.
Okay, so yeah, this video is 10 minutes long. We're not going through all of that, but yeah, she thinks it's totally unacceptable. Is it me, or does she seem just a little robotic in this? Like she's saying a statement out of obligation versus, it really feels like the mayor of Montreal North was feeling it, Oh, wait, what's this? There's something down. Oh, there's something in my recommends about the Montreal mayor. Huh. Why don't I look at what's in this recommends right here?
A large percentage of Montrealers support the idea of a bylaw making it illegal to insult a police officer. Similar bylaws exist in other Quebec cities.
Montreal mayor open to municipal bylaw against insulting police officers.
And the Montreal Police Brotherhood has been calling on Montreal to follow suit. The union commissioned a poll after this video showing a man verbally abusing a young female officer went viral in March. 85% of Montrealers found the video unacceptable, and 70% support the idea of making insults a ticketable offense. In an interview with CJ 8800 this afternoon, Mayor Soraya Martinez Ferrada said she plans to discuss a possible bylaw.
A little bit more on that. So yeah, Montreal mayor opened to municipal bylaw against insulting police officers. And I guess we just watched that clip. Yeah, yeah. So her comments come after a recent leisure survey. I don't care, again, polls, surveys, don't really care about that. And so, well, this article was from June 9th, and this report, June 13th, so just 4 days later. So you're not allowed, they're making it a criminal offense to call a cop names, a ticketable offense at least. She wants to make it a ticketable offense to, you know, potentially call cops who are cutting off locks of hair of black men, who are racist, bigoted people. But, you know, if you were to call them racist pigs, you could get a ticket because you insulted them. Now, it's not a sure thing because, as she says, my worry is making sure that it is clear that you cannot be able to contest it in court, she said Tuesday. So it's like, yeah, if they let the ticket go through, they can't, you know, you can't then fill up the court with people arguing the fact that they called them a pig. If you can do that, we're going to be swamped in the court, and that's not what we want. Yeah, people justifying why they called the cop a pig. So they use the most extreme example they can find of a woman, because people are more sympathetic when a woman is being verbally assaulted, police officer. But, you know, if you come across one of these cops who have cut off the a lock of hair of a black man, and you want to call him a racist pig, well, then you could get a ticket. So she says also defining what type of language can be fined is another challenge. Yeah, so would just calling the cop a pig be the issue, or repeatedly like going oink, oink, oink with it? Huh? What's your definition of an insult? She's asked. How are we going to make sure that because you get a ticket, that you get mad at a police officer that gives you a ticket, that you tell them the F word and then you have another ticket? Yeah. Cops have some of the fucking thinnest skin ever, and I would get a ticket for saying that under these laws by saying that they have a thin skin. And you would never be surprised, but this would disproportionately be affecting vulnerable communities like black people and people of color. You know, the same one targeted by the police for a disproportionate amount of ticketing and pulling over and haircuts. So Allen, the director of racial profiling and public safety at the Red Coalition, told CTV News that his concern with the bylaw is that it could disproportionately affect vulnerable communities. This is a tough job. There's going to be some very unpleasant people that are going to say unpleasant things to you. But at the end of the day, police officers have a myriad of tools and capabilities to do their job properly, he said. We all know that the use of bylaws are disproportionately affecting vulnerable communities, whether it be the homeless communities, racialized communities, young people. And so if you run the same kind of survey amongst racialized communities, you'll get a very different result. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody is unhoused and they're constantly being harassed by the police, and then they call that officer a mean name, and suddenly that officer then has the ability to ticket them? Well, let's just say the people weren't having it, and there was a protest held outside Montreal North Police Station over these racism claims. So the people are pushing back at least.
Shame on you! Shame on you! racism is not welcome in our community, and we just want to live peacefully and like all together. That's it. No matter your color, no matter your religion, no matter what.
A protest against police racism was held Monday evening outside Montreal Police Station 39 in Montreal North. This comes days after the SPVM announced the suspension of 2 officers and the reassignment of a team of police personnel over allegations of misconduct.
I wasn't surprised at all. I'm completely numb to all of this stuff. It's been happening for decades. Decades and decades. The very first black police officer in Quebec, Eddie Anglade, he pursued the SPVM and won in court because it was too racist for him to even work. If we go back to 2023, we have Patrice Villesieus, who was a commander in the SPVM for over 33 years. He said that racism is a cancer that is destroying the SPVM. So there's no shocking news. We have statistics all the time that talk about.
Yeah, this didn't. Let's just say there's been a pattern of this behavior. It's to people who are affected by the bad side of the police. None of this is surprising. People in vulnerable communities, unhoused people, people of color, Black people, Indigenous peoples. Let's just say this behavior kind of goes with the territory of them being cops. And again, this is a systemic problem. It's not something where you can have the police chief come in and be like, do better. Or be like, you know, Melania, be better. You can't do a be better campaign for these cops. It needs a fundamental shift in how policing happens. Because let's just say some of the worst people are attracted to becoming a police officer for the ability to abuse others and to have that dominance and power over others.
About racial profiling. So if there's all this racial profiling, there have to be officers that are doing it. So there's no surprise.
People who live in Montreal now know that this happens all the time, right? So for us, it's not like anecdotic. We know it happens, but this is only like confirming it with hard facts, not telling us that it happens. So I was disgusted, obviously, but not surprised that this happens.
The demonstration, organized by the Collectif Opposé à la Brutalité Policière, was held outside Station 39 near Henry Bourassa Boulevard under the banner Police Raciste, Système Complice. Part of the area around the station was temporarily blocked off. Montreal police maintained a visible presence.
But don't call them racist bigots or you might get a ticket. Well, not yet anyway.
Throughout the event, monitoring the crowd and the surrounding streets.
I just want to show up for the neighborhood I grew up in, because since I'm young, I saw like stuff that we wouldn't see in other neighborhood with all those culture, you know what I mean? So that's why I want to show up. I want it to be peaceful. I don't want to I just want it to be peaceful and just share my message today.
Some demonstrators said acknowledging racism and confronting its impacts are necessary steps toward rebuilding trust and creating meaningful change.
I am a firm believer that the people in Montreal North and the people in the Montreal area will be safe if we're to abolish the police. I know this is something big to say, but the police officers here in Montreal do a lot more harm than good for the marginalized communities here in Montreal.
Yes, the people who are supposed to protect the community are often the ones traumatizing the community. And we've seen that over and over again with protesters, with people in unhoused encampments who are being forced out. There are so many people who have suffered traumas at the hands of police officers when, you know, we're told by, you know, the governments and all that sort of stuff that they're there to protect us. If they're there to protect us, then why are they one of the main perpetrators of causing trauma within the communities?
To remember to acknowledge that we are a racist society with a racist history, and that's the only way things will change, by acknowledging where we've come from and where we are now. Adriana Gentile, City News, Montreal North.
Okay, so one more story to go with this cop stuff. So yeah, there does seem to be like a fundamental issue with policing across the country. And so I already shared the story of the 18-year-old who's being charged with murder for driving a vehicle, altercation with the police, and a police officer died. So an 18-year-old with mental health issues who was just released from the hospital was in an altercation with the police. I seriously doubt they were doing a good job at de-escalation and all that sort of stuff. And he killed a police officer. That is tragic. I don't want to see people die. I'm against all sorts of violence and harm and that sort of thing. But I think that left other cops a little, on edge, a little worrisome about people in cars, because then there's this. 12-year-old faces attempted murder charges after striking Toronto police officer with stolen vehicle. A 12-year-old child is facing attempted murder charges. So first you have an 18-year-old with mental health issues facing murder charges, but now a 12-year-old child. Okay.
Toronto police officer was injured overnight while trying to stop a...
Pause. I said pause. So in some provinces, a 12-year-old isn't even capable of making decisions over their own body when it comes to, gender identity and all that sort of stuff. And it's actually prohibited in some provinces completely to be on any sort of treatment for that. Because they're not old enough to make those types of decisions. But apparently a 12-year-old child is capable of murder. Like, we're talking about somebody who hasn't even hit puberty yet. And they have the processing power of an adult that would think of like murder. A 12-year-old. Well, there's more to it than that.
Suspected stolen vehicle. A 12-year-old boy who was allegedly driving the car is now under arrest after also being injured in the interaction with police. Ontario's police watchdog,
Guess how that 12-year-old was injured by the police?
Special Investigations Unit has also been called in. Crime specialist Catherine McDonald joins us with more from the scene. Catherine.
Well, we are on the south side of the Leaside Bridge at Donlan and Pape, where this all began around 1 a.m. Now, according to the province's police watchdog, Toronto police officers were responding to a call for a vehicle theft, and when they attempted to stop that stolen vehicle, the police officer was struck.
4 police officers, 2 in each vehicle, tried to stop the driver of the stolen vehicle on Leaside Bridge, and the driver tried to flee. And then in the course of that, there was contact made with a police officer and that vehicle. And then there were multiple shots fired at the vehicle. The driver took off and abandoned the car a short distance away and then was apprehended on foot a short time later.
So they are charging this 12-year-old with attempted murder. But the cops who fired at this child, that's not... Again, we're talking about a 12-year-old. So maybe if you look at this kid, you might not be able to tell that they're exactly 12, but you can still tell they're a child. He pulls out a gun and shoots at a child in a moving vehicle. Now, I don't know if people remember the discourse around Renee Good when she was shot and killed by ICE officers, but there's something in the training with police officers that you don't shoot people in vehicles, because what happens if you actually strike them is you then have a vehicle that's out of control. And that it's easier to just get out of the way than to shoot. But I get the feeling that this officer was a little on edge after somebody else had already, another officer had been killed by a vehicle, that he felt the need to shoot at a child.
The SIU says there were 2 other occupants in the stolen vehicle, one only 12, the other 13. One was arrested, the other child remains at large. Now, the police officer who was struck here on the Leaside Bridge was taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. He has now been released. The suspected driver, the 12-year-old, was taken to Sick Kids Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. That boy, whose identity is protected by the Youth Criminal Justice Act, is facing a long list of charges, including attempted murder, assault peace officer, theft of a vehicle, and leaving the scene of an accident. The Leaside Bridge remains closed as the SIU and police conduct this parallel investigation into the incident. Now, thankfully, the police officer, as we said, is going to be okay, but this is the 3rd time in less than a week that the SIU has been called in to investigate an interaction with a police officer. Of course, sadly, we all remember that just last Thursday, Constable Mark Pinazotto was killed in the line of duty when he was.
Okay, another little key detail that should be kind of mentioned in this. So this is from Toronto Police Operations Twitter account, official. So, officer injured. Police responded to a call for a theft of a vehicle. Officers attempted to stop the vehicle. Officers fired their firearms towards the vehicle. The vehicle struck an officer. You notice the order of operation here? And this is from, again, the Toronto Police Operations. So these police officers tried to stop this vehicle driven by a child. They fired their firearms towards the vehicle, so they were shooting at a child in a car. And then, as that child was probably fucking panicking, struck the officer with the car. You see, that's another reason why you don't shoot at people in a car. The vehicle then fled the scene. Officers located the vehicle and the driver. The driver and vehicle were transported to hospital. Non-life suspect remained at the scene, blah, blah, blah. But that child was is being charged with attempt murder. Maybe don't shoot at children. Society has failed that child, that they were even in that situation to begin with. Like, something fundamentally went wrong in support of that child to be in that position to begin with. And to now charge that child with murder, as opposed to, maybe getting him the help and support that he needs, doesn't help make society better. Like, there is an issue with children becoming more violent. You can talk to teachers, that's the case. This is a societal problem. It's parents being, like, their resources being stretched, having to do 2-3 jobs in order to keep a roof over the head. The cost of living is just exploding so much. They don't have the resources to help their children with special needs. Schools no longer have special educators to help out because the schools are being cut back on funding, and those are the first to go. Mental health programs aren't put in place with children, or if there are some available, the wait lists for those are extremely long. The government is cutting back in help for children with autism. Not to say that this child has autism or not, but untreated, it doesn't exactly help with their mental health. Yeah, this is a societal problem. A child that age should not have been joyriding in a car. But to then have an officer who tried to stop that child fire their firearm, or translation, shoot at the child, and then chances are, I would imagine, that child would panic, hits the officer, Who's to say if that was intentional or not? They might have just been trying to flee. That's not helping society at all, is it? Is it? Anyway, that is all the stories I have for you today. Oh, and I've been at this for 5 hours. Fuck. I'm tired. Going to quickly check the SandBox, and then I'm calling it a night because, yeah, I'm tired. Kind of burnt out. So you can probably see me tomorrow on this space. I will be there. And then Sunday will be my next regular news live stream, providing something doesn't come up in the meantime. So let's quickly check the SandBox, and then we're getting out of here. Oh, let's check to see if anybody's live right now that I want to raid after this. I don't know why I always go to YouTube to check when it doesn't actually give me what I want necessarily. It's not that accurate. I have to actually go into the settings, and then I'll find out better. Oh, let's see if there's anyone live right now that I want to raid. Good. Edit. Redirect ad. Search. It looks like this space is live again, so we'll go there. See, the thing is about streaming later at night during the week is most other channels are already calling it a night and aren't live for me to go and raid. Okay, let's see. I think I might have just gone there, super chat. Thank you so much, Silas, for the $5 super chat and the dancing kiwi. Is that anything to do with the story from earlier? Super appreciate it. Really helps out the channel. Helps in the algorithms, and it just helps me out in general. Okay, let's see. Oh, people have been chit-chatting a lot. Okay, there we go. I think that's okay. Philip Blair, social isolation is a societal choice, very rarely an individual choice. Very true. Right, I can go down. Philip Blair, biological, according to yeah, I know. I say that because it's always in the articles, but I will push back against the idea of what a biological male is and female is and assigned gender at birth and all that sort of stuff. Like, really, all it was is the doctor looked at the baby and said, did it have an innie or outie, and assigned gender based on that. Let's see. And whoever the person is, because at this point, I think it's one person who keeps on subscribing and unsubscribing to my channel. Could you please just pick one? My channel has been toggling for like 2-3 months now between 8.13 and 8.14K subscribers. So there is somebody who is like, 8,139, 8,140. Now I'm going to unsubscribe. Now I'm going to subscribe. Now I'm going to unsubscribe. Now I'm going to subscribe. It has been toggling between those two for like, yeah, 2-3 months now. What I could use is like a big boost in my subscribership. That would help. So that it gets to the point where if I'm plus or minus 10 people, I won't notice. The Wild West, maybe we shouldn't have police responding to mental health crises. Yeah. Hello, BCAT. Welcome to SandBox. Looney Tunes. Also become a member of Left of the Box. That's how you get to get Sandy to work on the TYT video. Now, it's gonna be a doozy. Philip Blair depends on the cop. Where I live, a county sheriff's deputy was more helpful for my PTSD than the go-to professional therapist for treating PTSD. I was lucky, sort of, but also unlucky. Well, the thing is that in the barrel, there are always a few good apples, but those good apples tend to leave because they were traumatized by what they had to do in the business. They become complicit with other folks. They speak out and then they get forced out, or they also begin to rot. So I'm glad you were able to find, one of the few good apples before they were forced out for doing the right thing or potentially coming bad. Because there are few who do join the police forces because they want to do good and protect the community. But I've come across a lot of them that didn't make it that long because of the trauma that they had to endure, and often from colleagues. And there's been many, many cases out there of some police officers speaking out against, the racism and the violence and things of that sort, and then they get ostracized and forced out of the service from other members. Philip Blair, I don't understand why there isn't better screening for who gets to become a cop. Well, in Ontario, there's becoming less and less. Doug Ford is making it easier and easier for people to become cops, but harder and harder for people to become like a nurse and stuff because of the way that he's changed the student loans and things of that sort. The Wild West, he sounds AI. I wasn't the only one to think he sounded AI. We replaced the chief with AI to save money, yeah. Matthew cried, saying, I know someone in Ottawa whose co-workers were stalked by a police officer and they almost got arrested because one of them intervened when he was beating someone. Ouch. Zilla's continue employment also allows the behavior to continue. Yeah, they just get to be racist somewhere else. The Wild West, no, the dreadlocks. This was so effed up. Montreal, that's a level of effed up I wasn't prepared to hear. Yeah, absolutely horrific. Like just the dehumanization of somebody to, cut off a piece of their hair as a trophy. Like it's just... I can't wrap my head around that. Matthew Craig is saying brotherhood is often an old-timey name for union. I can get that. It's just the association that I always feel now is something very different, just given, the world that we're in. Whenever I hear about the brotherhood of the police and stuff like that, it's always been in the thin blue line context. Silas also saying that helps, Matthew. I was just about to ask if the police brotherhood is an organization or frat. Sounds very odd. Okay. The Wild West. Real pigs are awesome and very intelligent. That's what I hear. So Live, they just cut a black woman's hair the other day. The serfs covered it. That's horrible. So Life at the right use their power for good the way they do evil. We'd be a utopia by now. Yeah. Be nice if the left actually got their shit together and played by the same rules. Like, we're playing two different games when it comes to political and social influence. Bad Lefty, remember Tamir Rice. Yeah. Philip Blair, why is the 12-year-old kid facing any charges at all, given he was legally fired upon? Yeah. Panic is not intent. Yeah. Well, he's being charged with attempted murder. It's a kid. It's a kid. There is just something that has gone fundamentally wrong in that child's life for him to end up like that. And to punish him? What? They're going to send him to prison? A child? Does that help him become better? Or does that just continue his trauma? Because to end up like that, he's already gone through a whole hell of a lot of trauma. Looney Tunes, I had to comfort my mom. My MAGA idiot dad made her cry and told her to iron clothes, and she handed his ass to him by saying, "I'm not the maid." Bad Lefty, it's human nature to run when someone shoots at you. Yeah. I'd be panicked. Philip Blair, a school without special educators is a torture prison for children, not a school. These institutions must not be allowed to exist. Yeah. Oops. Jumped. Where was I? Hopefully someday. Oh, hello, Manu. Welcome to the SandBox. Hopefully someday soon I can get back to clipping these videos, because I think a lot of this gets missed. Sometimes my clips would do a lot better than my streams, because that way I could segment stories so important stories could get out to a wider audience. I'm just, the amount of spoons that I have right now are limited. But now that the vending markets are out of the way, I can focus more on getting the TYT essay worked on and done. It's my next Hail Mary to see if it helps my channel or my situation at all. Fingers crossed. I'm just worried that's going to fall flat or totally backfire on me in some way, even though I am doing everything I can to make sure it's like, is this clip legit? Am I taking it out of context? No. Okay. Does this back up my thesis? Like all of that. I am bending over backwards to make sure that everything I'm doing is noted as my opinion, and I have the receipts, and that nothing is being taken out of context. Philip Blair, my cat has an INE, not an outie. His body size and coat color is consistent with males. Sometimes he has a period blood and he goes into heat and yowls, attracting boyfriends, lol. Maybe all my cats were fixed before that happened, but I know dogs would do it. I didn't know that cats would have period blood. I guess all mine were fixed before that was an issue. But sometimes they can be intersex too, because I had a male calico. That guy right there, Thumper. He had 3 colors of fur on him. So he was a male calico, but they say males can't be calicos. He could have been intersexed. It's the same with female cats that are all orange. Generally speaking, it's just male cats that are. So they could potentially be intersex as well. So you could have had an intersex kitty cat. I might have to get a new car soon, which means I won't have a car because I can't afford a new car. But mine is just, I don't think I can. Unless my situation changes. I'm giving it till one more winter, and if my situation doesn't change, I have to give up my car. Let's see. Philip Blair, people get mad at me for not being psychic sometimes with bad lefty saying my reading isn't easy. Yeah. A lot of people who are autistic feel that way, where it's like people get mad at me for things, and it's like, how was I supposed to know that? Nobody said anything to me. But in neurotypical circles, that was just expected. That was just known. That was normal. But nobody told me. So how the fuck was I supposed to know? So they get mad at me for not understanding that they were mad at me or something. Yeah. B-Cat, that's more than Jane Carana will ever do, Sandy. Yeah. The Wild West, my gender identity is calico. Looney Tunes broadcasting live from fuck Polymarket Studios. It's Left of the Box with your host, Sandy Lopez. Yeah. But Lefty, it's almost as if sex gender is not a binary. Yeah. Because, yeah, it only makes sense. Okay, so, yeah, let's do this. I still need to eat dinner and stuff, and I'm trying to go back to the gym regularly, so that means I have to actually try to get to bed at a decent time. And I still have to unwind from doing a live stream, which takes a bit of time. Not to mention I'm still unwinding from the fact that this table collapsed and my mic is damaged because of it, and I don't know if I can get it repaired. And Yeti mics are not cheap. That one that I have is a gift. So I hope I can fix it somehow. Because it's easier, like a lapel mic is fine for the interim, but for like the video essay projects and stuff like that, an actual mic would be better. Bad Lefty, it's hard to understand emotions sometimes and not even autistic, so extra love to my autistic homies in here. Yeah. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be on this space, and then Sunday most likely will be my next news live stream. Also check out my art channel. I'm hoping to at least upload something to it this week. It won't be anything like new content, but maybe some old art videos that I have on this channel that I'm transferring over, but I need to start working on building that up a bit more. Or I could even just talk about the artwork I did for the markets, the pride flags and the pride kitties and stuff. So yeah. Bad Lefty, your lapel mic was great today anyway. Yeah, I thank you. So thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for your support. Super chats always help out. Become members if you can of YouTube or Patreon. That always helps out as well. Like, subscribe, that doesn't cost anything. Share my message with other people. Bug other channels to have me on for collaborations. I'm always open for that. Still working on getting on a channel that's bigger than mine. Who's going to be the first? That's what we need to know. We need to do a polymarket bet on which YouTube channel is bigger than mine that I will be on first. Or let's just do a SandBox bet on that. Let's do a SandBox bet. So yeah, I think with all of that, I am pooped. I need to rest. So yeah, thank you mods. Thank you everyone for coming out. And thank you everyone who has helped out financially whenever you can. I know times are tough, so I super appreciate it when you do. So with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing you tomorrow is better than your today.